Hello, AWEEFians. Hello, good morning, good afternoon, or good evening to you all. I hope you are well. I hope you are having a fantastic day. This is the day where we break records. And the amazing thing is, I'm not alone. I have three amazing women with me. If you know me by now, I'm never alone. There is so much love and abundance around me that it's not possible otherwise. Happy New Year if this is the very first time you're watching AWEEF live from this year. I wish you good health. I wish you love. I wish you financial freedom. And I wish you all the networking tools and utilities that you need for this year. Mais pour ce début, je vais parler avec Sylvie, donc, et ça c'est en français, et je vois qu'elle est bien avec nous. Alors, bonjour Sylvie! La technologie nous a eu, hein? C'était pas facile.
Non, c'était pas facile. Mais je suis là et c'est l'essentiel. Merci beaucoup, beaucoup de m'accueillir avec toi aujourd'hui.
Mais dis donc, c'est moi qui te remercie parce que je crois que tu m'as fait un cadeau de Noël bien en avance. Hein?
Ah, super. Et après, je sais pas, si tu veux, c'est clair que je suis beaucoup plus à l'aise en français. Mais si tu veux, on peut switcher entre le français et l'anglais. C'est aussi un bon exercice pour moi.
Oui, mais tu représentes un pays qui est le Congo, alors on va pas faire fâcher. C'est moi qui suis la Camerounaise. Je peux changer en anglais ou en français, mais toi, tu es obligé. La Suissesse que tu es, la Congolaise que tu es, représente ton pays, ma chérie.
Fine, et en français, avec grand plaisir. Merci beaucoup de m'accueillir. Je suis ravie d'être là. Je suis ravie d'avoir pu faire connaissance avec ton programme et puis de passer ce moment avec toi.
Mais on est fiers de toi, très fiers de toi. La manière à laquelle tu nous représentes en Suisse, oh mon Dieu, ça fait une vingtaine d'années que je suis dans ce pays et les femmes comme vous, je n'avais pas encore vu. Donc, merci infiniment parce que la délicatesse, la souplesse que tu apportes, la légèreté que tu apportes à ce qui nous dérange ici en Suisse, qu'on n'ose pas parler haut et fort, toi, tu as osé avec une certaine élégance. D'où tu trouves cette courage, Sylvie?
Oh là là, déjà, je suis extrêmement flattée et je sais pas si c'est du courage. En fait, moi, je parle de mon expérience personnelle et j'espère que cette expérience peut avoir un écho vers d'autres personnes qui vivent la même réalité ou le même type de réalité que moi. En fait, c'est vraiment, je me dis que en libérant ma parole, en disant mon opinion et ce que je vis, peut-être que ça peut permettre à d'autres personnes de libérer leur parole également et aussi de créer un espèce de réseau solidaire, de bienveillance, de soutien et simplement en fait de montrer qu'il y a une diversité des récits en Suisse aussi.
Tout à fait. Et parlons de liberté. J'aimerais partager cette citation de Nelson Mandela qui dit « Être libre, ce n'est pas seulement de se débarrasser de ses chaînes. C'est vivre d'une façon qui représente et renforce la liberté des autres. » Et c'est ce que tu fais clairement. C'est ce que tu représentes. Si quelqu'un me parle de Sylvie Makela, c'est ce que tu représentes pour moi. Alors, qu'est-ce que cette citation représente pour toi?
Ben, je découvre cette citation, je ne connaissais pas cette citation de Nelson Mandela, mais effectivement, elle a du sens. C'est vrai, c'est que finalement, oui, c'est vrai, se débarrasser de ces chaînes, mais en respectant la liberté des autres. Et on dit aussi que sa liberté s'arrête où commence la liberté de l'autre. Et je pense que c'est une belle citation. Bon, Mandela est un grand homme, a été un grand homme, et son esprit continue à nous inspirer, à être un exemple.
Oui, tout à fait, tout à fait. Comme je disais au début, c'est vraiment un immense plaisir de partager ce plateau aujourd'hui avec toi. C'est marathon, c'est le tout début de la WEEF. Donc, une femme comme toi, alors là, il me fallait pour parler de notre souci, de notre vie. Vous avez quand même un chemin un peu particulier. Vous êtes venu en Suisse à l'âge de 2 ans.
Oui.
Vous avez venu en Suisse à l'âge de 2 ans. Et vous avez fait des belles choses avec votre vie, avec 2 cultures. Mais dites-nous, Est-ce que ça a été difficile de grandir en Suisse, l'enfant qui est né au Congo? Comment est-ce que vous avez vécu ces deux cultures finalement?
Je l'ai vécu vraiment à travers mes parents parce que en fait, je garde très peu de souvenirs à moi réels, quand réels non, mais je garde très peu de souvenirs de l'année et demie que j'ai passé au Congo. C'est vraiment oui, oui, c'est vraiment mes parents qui m'ont inculqué la culture congolaise telle que je la vis aujourd'hui. Donc c'est vraiment passé à travers la langue, le lingala, parce que ma mère nous parlait en lingala, mon père aussi quand il était, voilà, mon père aussi, la nourriture, la danse, et puis la famille. Mais autrement, ça, c'est l'héritage que j'ai reçu de mes parents. Et autrement, je suis très ancrée dans une culture suisse, je dirais même lausannoise. Je vois plus ton image,
Non,
Liliane.
ne t'inquiète pas, je t'abandonne pas, ma chérie. Je suis là. N'aie pas peur.
Donc oui, oui, c'est vraiment. En fait, je pense que c'est mes parents et ma famille qui me donnent la culture congolaise que je ne vis pas concrètement parce que je retourne très très peu à Kinshasa où je suis née.
Ouais.
Et puis, autrement, en fait, la culture que je vis plus au quotidien, c'est vraiment la culture suisse romande.
Tout à fait. Et est-ce que ça, ces deux cultures, est-ce que ça vous a, on va développer le sujet, hein, mais vous arrivez ici à 2 ans et on aurait cru que vous allez perdre quand même de culture africaine, mais pas du tout. Et vous voyez que, je constate que vos parents, ils ont fait un bel travail avec vous pour garder ces cultures. Alors, comment ils ont fait pour
Ouais,
parler le lingala? Parce que même moi, non, je parle pas le camerounais.
mais en fait, ce qui s'est passé, c'est que bah déjà parce que ça faisait partie de eux de manière vraiment très forte, intrinsèquement, et donc moi je suis le prolongement d'eux d'une certaine manière. Et puis aussi simplement ma couleur de peau. Ma couleur de peau fait que j'étais tout le temps renvoyée à une altérité, à un ailleurs. Et du coup, j'ai presque malgré moi, que je le veuille ou non, j'ai gardé le lien avec cet ailleurs parce que c'était un peu aussi ce qui explique une grande partie de mon identité. Et donc, finalement, entre à quoi je ressemble et qui je suis, c'est indissociable. Et donc, je ressemble à une femme afrodescendante et c'est ce que je suis aussi. Et puis, le lien direct, c'est ce lien culturel avec mes parents qui est très fort, même si il m'a pas donné les codes. Si aujourd'hui, je devais aller monter un business à Kinshasa, très certainement que j'aurais pas les codes, tous les codes culturels, j'aurais pas toutes les facilités qu'il me faut pour monter un business à Kinshasa, ce que je peux faire à Lausanne, parce que j'ai absolument tous les codes, le réseau, tout ce qu'il faut.
Là, tu débordes quelque chose qui est très important. Des fois, on a la tendance à oublier que cette transparence, cette passage d'une culture à l'autre, comment on fait en Afrique? Oui, les histoires, on sait, la lingala, vous le savez, la nourriture, vous le savez, mais de retourner, vous n'appartiennent pas là-bas, ni d'ici. Donc, quelque part, on est perdu. Et personne nous a donné vraiment ces codes. Comment on fait alors? Vous avez des enfants, j'en ai des enfants. Comment on fait? Comment est-ce qu'on va les élever dans ce contexte?
Ben, je pense que c'est, en fait, d'être pluriculturel, je pense que c'est une richesse. C'est vraiment une richesse. Et ça permet aussi, en fait, ça m'a permis d'avoir des qualités de base comme l'adaptabilité, comme la flexibilité, comme l'ouverture d'esprit, qui sont
Oui.
des valeurs très fortes et c'est vraiment pour moi des valeurs fondamentales, quoi, des valeurs, des compétences qui sont fondamentales et qui font que finalement je peux m'adapter un peu partout où je vais. Une chose est claire, par contre, et ça c'est la réalité, c'est que comment dire, l'endroit où je me sens le plus à l'aise aujourd'hui, où je suis où je peux le plus tirer mon épingle du jeu, c'est Lausanne. Parce qu'il y a vraiment une notion de réseau, de familiarité et de connaissance de l'environnement que je n'ai absolument pas plus en ce qui concerne Kinshasa et le Congo en général.
Oui, oui, mais et je pense que c'est normal parce que vous avez apporté votre plus, vous avez créé votre propre réseau et non pas le réseau de papa et maman. Hein?
Mhm.
Donc,
Merci.
voilà, donc on ne peut pas vous en vouloir, mais on peut que vous remercier que malgré tout ça, vous n'avez pas nié cette culture africaine, le côté africain, et vous avez dit, ça c'est moi, et pour vous, vous dites, ça c'est vraiment, c'est une position que vous prenez. Est-ce que ces deux cultures, cette diversité, est-ce que ça vous a servi quand même?
Mais oui, pour tout ce que j'ai expliqué tout à l'heure, pour des questions. Déjà, cette culture, je peux pas la renier parce qu'elle est vraiment, elle fait partie de moi. C'est
Tout
vraiment,
à fait.
j'en suis héritière. Et puis, comme je disais tout à l'heure, ça m'a vraiment servi dans le sens où ça m'a permis de me rendre compte qu'il y avait d'autres choses, il y avait de l'ailleurs en moi. Et ça, c'est très beau. Il y a de l'ailleurs, il y a de la diversité, il y a d'autres réalités. Ça m'a permis d'ouvrir mon champ de ce qui est possible, de ce qui est pensable, de ce qui existe. Ça m'a permis justement de m'adapter plus facilement parce que tout le temps, j'ai été confrontée à des choses qui étaient différentes. Donc ça, c'est une richesse et une qualité qui est énorme. Donc pour moi, c'est une bénédiction, c'est une richesse, c'est une chance, c'est tout ce qu'on peut, plein de qualitatifs. Après, il y a aussi une histoire de complexité parce que, comme tu l'évoquais tout à l'heure, on n'est jamais, on a des fois le sentiment qu'on n'est nulle part vraiment chez soi. Même si, comme je disais, moi, Lausanne, c'est ma ville, j'adore la Suisse, je me sens suisse, je suis suisse d'ailleurs, mais on est toujours, ma couleur me renvoie toujours à une altérité. Et Kinshasa, le Congo ou l'Angola aussi, où j'ai des origines, sont des endroits qui sont, pour moi, des endroits qui sont de l'ordre de l'héritage, de la maison, de mes parents. Mais là-bas aussi, c'est quoi, plus qu'encore qu'à Lausanne, parce qu'à Lausanne, quand
Oui,
même,
oui,
je
oui.
pense à mes amis, etc. Mais là, c'est quelque chose où je me revendique de là, évidemment, mais c'est l'ancrage est beaucoup moins fort qu'à Lausanne. Donc en fait, j'ai une identité forte au niveau de Kinshasa, Luanda, et puis en même temps, il y a peu d'ancrage, et j'ai un ancrage extrêmement fort au niveau de Lausanne, la Suisse romande, la Suisse en règle générale. C'est vraiment un endroit que je peux appeler la maison. Et en même temps, il y a comment dire, identitairement, parce qu'à cause de mon apparence physique, c'est quelque chose qui est plus questionnant, qui, est- qui surprend plus.
Oui, oui, oui. C'est normal, hein, et c'est logique. Hein. Si un Suisse va aussi au Congo, ça sera la même chose, hein, parce il n'est pas chez lui. Ce n'est pas parce que les gens ne veulent pas de lui ou parce que les gens le jugent. Il est différent.
Mhm.
Vous êtes une entrepreneuse hyperactive qui touche à tout et vous co-dirigez la PME Tribu Urbain, un salon de coiffure qui sublime les cheveux bouclés, crepus et frileuses. Un projet identitaire avant tout. Alors, pourquoi?
Mais
Pourquoi identitaire?
identitaire parce que ça touche mon identité. En fait, Tribu Urbaine, on a créé ce salon de coiffure avec mon associée Karine Foretia parce que on ne trouvait pas de salon de coiffure à Lausanne qui pouvait traiter nos cheveux au naturel. Ça veut dire qu'on avait des salons de coiffure, comme beaucoup de salons avec des coiffeuses talentueuses qui savent tresser le cheveu, qui savent le défriser, qui savent faire des tissages, qui savent le tresser, mais quand il s'agit vraiment de le traiter au naturel, le couper au naturel, faire des teintures au naturel, ou simplement le soigner, promulguer des soins, une routine capillaire, avoir des produits adaptés, et ça, c'était compliqué. Et donc, du coup, c'est un projet identitaire puisque c'est parti de quelque chose qui est vraiment fondamental pour moi, c'est mon apparence, ma beauté. Et donc, il fallait on monte un lieu et qu'on mette en avant une expertise pour nos cheveux, quoi.
Oui, tout à fait, tout à fait. J'ai parlé avec une maman qui est venue chez vous et elle a dit, oh Liliane, tu devais aller là-bas, il faut amener ta fille là-bas, il faut aller, mais c'est tellement génial. J'ai dit, avant d'aller là-bas, je veux lui parler.
Mais oui, non, franchement, c'est génial, c'est génial. Non, c'est un projet identitaire parce que c'est un projet aussi qui valorise le savoir-faire, justement, qui est d'un héritage africain sur le soin des cheveux texturés parce que on était, à l'origine, c'était vraiment, on a pensé à la chevelure afro quand on a créé Tribu Urbaine, mais en réalité, on s'est rendu compte que toutes les chevelures qui n'étaient pas lisses, les chevelures bouclées, frisées, crépues, crépues un peu plus souples, avaient besoin de ce savoir-faire en termes de comment hydrater le cheveu, comment en prendre soin, comment le couper et comment le mettre en forme, comment le définir et comment aussi faire des teintures, etc.
Tout à fait. Alors, permettez-moi, parce que tout le monde ne connaît pas cette concept, j'aimerais partager mon écran pour partager un petit moment, une petite vidéo de vous, de votre salon de coiffure qui se trouve à Genève et à Lausanne.
Exactement. Merci beaucoup.
Mais c'est rien. Voilà.
Oui.
Elle n'est pas belle la vie?
Elle est belle, la vie.
Qu'on peut parler de tout ça de cheveux sur cette terre, à Genève et à Lausanne.
Voilà, à Genève et à Lausanne et bientôt à Fribourg. Normalement, au mois d'octobre, on ouvre un salon à Fribourg. Et oui, elle est belle la vie. Elle est belle la vie quand on a les cheveux bouclés. Elle est belle la vie quand on est différent. Et surtout, c'est vraiment ça, c'est qu'il faut qu'on soit décomplexé et qu'on soit fier de nos différences et que surtout, on soit fier de les mettre en avant. Et c'est vraiment tout le concept de tribu urbaine. C'est-à-dire que finalement, il y a de la place pour tous les types de beauté sur le marché de la coiffure et des cosmétiques en règle générale. Et tout le monde est bienvenu et tout le monde peut sublimer sa beauté en respectant sa nature. Et c'est ça le message de tribu urbaine, de respecter sa nature. Et on se sublime, on est beau en respectant sa nature. Beau et belle, évidemment.
Exactement, exactement. Bravo, bravo, bravo. En règle générale, nous les femmes, on a un grand rôle à jouer dans la société. Mais on est confronté à beaucoup de difficultés. Quels facteurs vous ont amené à choisir à devenir entrepreneuse? Parce que ce n'est pas un voyage facile, hein? Ce n'est pas la route la plus facile. Mais comme vous êtes hyper active, vous touchez à tout, alors ça ne me surprend pas. Mais au moins, expliquez-nous pourquoi l'entrepreneuriat.
Alors, de plus en plus, je pense que c'est vraiment une histoire de personnalité. Je pense que très rapidement, j'avais la personnalité des entrepreneurs, en fait. C'est-à-dire que j'ai toujours été quelqu'un, même quand j'étais employée, j'ai toujours été quelqu'un qui travaillait comme si c'était ma propre entreprise, qui avait le plaisir d'entreprendre. C'est quelque chose qui est arrivé, je pense, presque malgré moi, hein. C'est-à-dire que l'envie de trouver des solutions pour des grands problèmes, c'est toujours quelque chose qui m'a habité. C'est-à-dire que quand j'étais plus jeune et que j'étais à l'université de Lausanne, j'ai créé avec des amis l'association des étudiants africains il y a 20 ans de ça à l'université de Lausanne. J'ai souvent été présidente de classe, des choses comme ça. Et donc, en fait, l'envie vraiment de trouver des solutions aux problèmes et de mettre en place un système ou une entreprise ou une association qui va pouvoir apporter quelque chose de nouveau, ça, c'est quelque chose que j'adore. Ça me procure un énorme plaisir. Et en fait, quand on a du plaisir à faire ça, ça devient une source d'énergie. C'est-à-dire que oui, ça demande du travail, c'est de l'effort, mais c'est pas du travail comme quand on doit aller travailler à l'usine. Parce
Tout à
qu'on
fait.
voit directement la finalité de ce qu'on est en train de mettre en place. Donc en fait, je pense que j'ai choisi, ou je ne sais pas si c'est moi qui ai choisi l'entrepreneuriat ou si c'est l'entrepreneuriat qui m'a choisi. Comme je dis, je pense que j'avais la personnalité, j'avais envie d'être indépendante, j'avais envie d'être flexible, de toucher à tout, d'apprendre. Et puis, il s'est trouvé que c'était une opportunité que j'ai exploitée, que je continue à exploiter. Et aujourd'hui, mon objectif, c'est de ne faire vraiment plus que ça. Tribu urbaine, c'est un premier projet, mais d'en avoir d'autres et de vraiment d'accompagner d'autres femmes qui ont envie d'être entrepreneurs, et de qui sait. Moi, il y a une personne que j'adore, quoi, que j'admire beaucoup, c'est Oprah Winfrey. Et je pense que c'est vraiment, j'aimerais être ce genre de femme touche à tout. J'aimerais vraiment être une entrepreneuse, ou entrepreneur à succès parce que mes activités sont rentables et que j'améliore mon niveau de vie, le niveau de vie des personnes que j'emploie, le niveau de vie des gens de mon environnement avec ça, mais aussi parce que c'est vraiment que j'ai envie d'avoir une influence positive sur mon environnement. Et ça passe par ça. Donc, j'ai choisi ça parce que ça me paraît la chose la plus évidente à faire quand on a ma personnalité et qu'on est qui je suis.
Mais tu sais quelque chose, Sylvie? Je vais te répondre. Ce que les gens ne savent pas, que le monde ne sait pas, c'est que il y a plus d'entrepreneuses en Afrique que d'ailleurs.
OK.
Et ça ne m'étonne pas du tout que tu as cette fibre entrepreneuriale, parce qu'en Afrique, en fait, les femmes africaines sont les plus entrepreneuses dans le monde. Statistiques le prouvent. D'ailleurs,
Oui.
d'après l'organisation des femmes africaines de la diaspora, les femmes africaines de la diaspora représentent environ 50% des migrants. Le regroupement familial n'est plus le seul motif de leur arrivée sur le sol européen, américain et même asiatique. Aujourd'hui, elles sont entrepreneuses, cadres, professions libérales, dirigeants, et j'en passe.
Oui, oui, oui.
Donc,
Mais
il faut en parler.
Mais oui. Ça me surprend pas du tout et je pense aussi, alors la personnalité que j'ai, je l'ai de mes parents, les deux étaient africains, congolais de Kinshasa, et ma mère était une commerçante. Donc je pense que c'est aussi quelque chose, évidemment, en plus d'être familial de ma personnalité, alors qu'est-ce qui est inné, qu'est-ce qui est acquis, mais très clairement, je pense que j'ai eu l'exemple de mes parents qui étaient aussi des entrepreneurs dans l'âme et ma mère qui était une commerçante.
Et nous avons un commentaire pour vous. Je vous remercie de partager cette expérience complexe avec nous. Considérant vos origines africaines et vos intégrations en Suisse, quels conseils pourrez-vous donner aux personnes qui se trouvent dans un contexte similaire pour embrasser la diversité et éviter de développer un complexe inférieur et une crise
Identitaire. Oui, le complexe d'infériorité, c'est un complexe très important. Merci pour cette question, Flora. Je pense que moi, j'aime beaucoup cette phrase d'une chanson de Aquanaru qui dit Self-love is the very first romance. Et je pense que ça part de là, de retrouver l'amour de soi et de retrouver en fait ce qui intrinsèquement fait de nous que on peut s'aimer de la manière dont on est. C'est clair qu'il y a l'influence extérieure, il y a l'influence des gens, des médias qui renvoient une mauvaise image des gens qui peuvent être différents. Il y a le contexte dans lequel on vit. Et tout le challenge, je pense, c'est vraiment de se connecter avec toutes les choses positives et de se souvenir vraiment de la valeur que l'on a. Chaque être humain a une valeur propre et essayer de se connecter avec cette valeur-là. Et ça peut être vraiment un point de départ très concret. Si physiquement, on a l'impression qu'on n'est pas à son avantage, de se raccrocher à des choses où on sait qu'on a de la valeur. Et je pense que c'est vraiment ça, retrouver, essayer de retrouver ou de trouver, et ensuite d'alimenter cette histoire d'amour qu'on a avec nous-mêmes. Et ensuite de se répéter encore et encore, je suis belle, j'ai de la valeur, mes cheveux sont beaux, ma peau est belle. Et je pense que de se le dire et de se le redire, d'être entouré aussi de personnes qui nous le disent, qui nous le redisent et qui nous ressemblent. Et c'est pour ça que je dis, dans un contexte suisse, quand parfois on a besoin et envie d'être avec des personnes qui nous ressemblent, c'est pas une histoire de ghettoisation, mais c'est une histoire d'aller se ressourcer, d'aller prendre justement des forces pour ensuite aller être fort dans un contexte qui est parfois justement difficile, qui est peu valorisant. Donc moi je dirais, dans un premier temps, se répéter qu'on a de la valeur, qu'on est belle, s'auto-convaincre, d'aller chercher les ressources auprès des personnes qui nous valorisent, auprès des médias qui nous valorisent. Et pour moi, c'est vrai que les médias américains, africains ont été des médias desquels je me suis inspirée, la littérature aussi, pour retrouver la valeur que j'ai de moi-même, des auteurs comme Maya Angelou que je nomme tout le temps, Marie Scondé, tous ces auteurs en fait qui ont des personnages féminins forts, noirs forts, africains forts. Il faut aller chercher de l'inspiration. Donc en fait, je dirais le contexte, c'est un contexte qui peut être compliqué, difficile, qui peut être même carrément dévalorisant. Mais ce qu'il faut, c'est vraiment se connecter avec des choses qui nous valorisent et aller se ressourcer là où on trouve des ressources. S'il y a une communauté afro ou de femmes afrodescendantes où on vit, les fréquenter. Autrement, la littérature, le cinéma, les médias et d'autres femmes inspirantes, des femmes, des hommes inspirantes qui nous ressemblent. C'est très, très important. Des modèles. Des modèles.
Oui, tout à fait, exactement, tout à fait. Tu viens de toucher à ce que je voulais dire. Je peux comprendre qu'on a un certain ressenti, on n'est pas plus belle, ou on est plus beau, on n'est pas belle, on n'est pas comme les autres, ou bien je ne suis pas acceptée dans la société. Mais l'autre problème, c'est qu'il n'y a pas assez d'exemples. Télévision suisse romande, depuis des lustres, je viens de voir les têtes noires sous là. Et c'est grâce à vous, Sylvie, et l'autre fille que je suis à sa recherche pour l'interviewer.
Licia Chéri.
Exactement. Les gens qui osent en parler, comment vous osez me traiter ainsi? Il faut qu'on expose différence. Est-ce que ça existe ou pas?
Mais oui, oui.
Donc, tant il aura assez des exemples, tant qu'il aura assez de modèles, je pense que cette ressenti va réduire, mais on est tous responsables de notre bien-être. On ne peut pas donner notre bonheur à quelqu'un d'autre.
Oui.
Il n'est pas responsable. Oui, c'est clair qu'on est marginaux, on est des minorités, oui, mais votre bonheur, ça vous appartient. Je suis d'accord qu'il n'y a pas assez d'exemples. Je suis d'accord que les plateformes ne sont pas offertes à nous, mais voilà, on commence petit à petit. Et j'espère qu'il y aura beaucoup plus d'autres exemples de femmes comme toi qui vont exposer des choses et qu'on va avoir plus de réunions pour en parler. Parce que si on ne fait pas ces démarches, personne d'autre ne fera pas à notre place. Et ça nous ramène, dès le début de notre citation, nous, on a trouvé notre liberté, on se sent bien. Maintenant, on a cassé notre chaîne, mais il y a plein d'autres derrière qui attendent qu'on les libère de cette difficulté qu'eux, ils n'arrivent pas à trouver le chemin. Donc, cette plateforme, elle est à vous. Venez nous en parler. Sylvie est là. Contactez-la si vous voulez. Mais s'il vous plaît, n'hésitez pas. Ne restez pas toute seule dans votre coin en disant « je ne suis pas assez ». Vous êtes assez.
Oui, non, mais complètement. Je pense que tu mets le doigt sur quelque chose d'important. Donc, on l'a évoqué grâce à la question de Flora tout à l'heure. Effectivement, il y a différentes choses. Il y a nous, ce qu'on peut faire pour nous-mêmes. pour essayer de se valoriser dans un contexte qui est peut-être peu valorisant. Et il y a effectivement être les personnes qui vont inspirer d'autres. C'est-à-dire que faire partie de cette communauté qui va encadrer d'autres femmes ou d'autres hommes qui ont besoin d'être valorisés. Et puis, multiplier les exemples, les modèles. Je parlais de Oprah Winfrey. Elle c'est un modèle. Et si je dis, moi, j'ai envie de devenir une Oprah Winfrey, c'est parce que j'ai effectivement envie de pouvoir être un modèle. Moi, je dis souvent, je milite pour ne plus avoir besoin de militer. Typiquement, je milite pour ne plus avoir besoin de militer moi et que d'autres femmes n'aient plus besoin de militer. C'est pour ça que typiquement, je porte toujours mes cheveux au naturel. C'est pas un jeu, quoi. C'est-à-dire que j'aime beaucoup. Quand j'étais plus jeune, je portais des tresses avec des mèches, etc. Aujourd'hui, pour moi, c'est essentiel de porter mes cheveux au naturel, simplement pour donner un exemple, de dire que on peut être féminine, belle, professionnelle avec ses cheveux au naturel. Et j'aimerais que cette alternative soit visible et que ça représente une possibilité. Parce qu'aujourd'hui, en tout cas jusqu'à il y a, je dirais, une dizaine d'années, on ne voyait pas de femmes qui portaient leurs cheveux naturels et que ce soit considéré comme beau, sexy, professionnel. Il y avait toujours une connotation boeuf, peu glamour, pas envie. Et pour moi, c'est vraiment essentiel de porter mes cheveux au naturel. C'est une forme de militantisme pour dire c'est pas une forme de jugement, parce que je trouve qu'il y a plein de femmes qui ont les cheveux défrisés, qui portent des tissages, qui portent des tresses et qui sont magnifiques. Mais pour moi, c'est très important d'apporter une alternative, un exemple qui propose autre chose. Et ma proposition, c'est porte ton cheveu au naturel, respecte ta nature et sois belle comme tu es.
Tout à fait. On a tous des responsabilités. On est responsable d'éduquer nos enfants, de les dire la vérité, de les exposer aux vérités qui ne sont pas le bienvenu dans certains contextes. Alors, quel est le rôle de la femme africaine dans tout ça? Des femmes, oui, quel est notre rôle dans tout ça?
Oh là là, c'est une grosse question, ça. C'est le rôle de la femme africaine. Je voudrais pas m'avancer, mais je pense que le rôle des femmes en général, en fait, finalement, le rôle des personnes, c'est déjà d'essayer d'être heureux et d'essayer de rendre les gens dans de son entourage le plus heureux possible, de faire en sorte qu'on vive dans un monde plus égalitaire, plus juste, où chacun prend sa part de responsabilité, de vivre ensemble. Et je pense que chacun doit apporter doit apporter sa pièce à ce puzzle du vivre ensemble, de construire un monde meilleur, de construire un monde plus respectueux des uns et des autres, de son environnement. Et je pense que le rôle des femmes, il est important dans ce sens-là, comme le rôle des hommes. Peut-être le rôle des femmes plus spécifiquement, parce qu'aujourd'hui encore, c'est souvent elles qui ont la responsabilité d'éduquer les enfants. Et donc, peut-être, c'est vraiment d'éduquer et de proposer des modèles qui soient plus ouverts, plus respectueux, qui soient... voilà, peut-être que c'est la responsabilité qu'on a en plus. C'est comment faire en sorte d'élever des enfants qui soient responsables et comment faire en sorte d'intégrer aussi les pères complètement dans cette faire en sorte et que les pères aussi prennent leur part de responsabilité dans l'éducation des enfants. S'il y a des particularités féminines, je pense qu'elles sont là. Ensuite, s'il y a des particularités africaines, je pense que c'est par rapport à ce continent-là. Ça veut dire qu'avant tout, quand on est femme africaine ou femme de la diaspora africaine, c'est qu'il y a le vivre ensemble, le respect de tout un chacun, contribuer un jour à un monde meilleur, un monde d'une plus grande qualité pour tous et pour toutes, et puis peut-être en priorité dans le continent dont on est originaire. En tout cas, c'est clair que pour moi, il y a mon environnement proche, Lausanne, la Suisse, et puis après, quand l'Europe, mais je pense évidemment plus rapidement à l'Afrique qu'à l'Asie, par exemple. Même globalement, chacun doit faire sa part, mais peut-être que
Ouais,
on est plus efficace dans ce qui nous touche le plus, dans ce qu'on connaît le plus.
tout
Donc,
à fait.
même si pour moi, l'Asie, l'Océanie sont des endroits du monde qui sont tout aussi importants et tout à valoriser, ben, c'est clair que déjà, de faire un effort particulier dans ce qui me rattache à mes origines, ben, c'est peut-être une responsabilité, une particularité par rapport, encore une fois, à mon identité spécifique de femme suisse d'origine africaine, de femme suisse afrodescendante, de femme suisse noire, de femme suisse aux cheveux afro crépus.
Bravo. Et moi, je dis aux autres femmes, faites ce que vous voulez, portez vos cheveux naturels, les tissages, rasez vos crânes, mais surtout, n'oubliez pas qui vous êtes.
Oui,
Tout
oui,
simplement, n'oubliez pas qui vous êtes. Il faut pas que les gens vous fassent un brainwash en disant que ça, c'est pas pour ça. N'oubliez pas qui vous êtes. Si ça vous plaît de porter vos cheveux au naturel, il y a des endroits, aujourd'hui en Suisse, on ne peut pas avoir des excuses. Si vous voulez des tissages, vous savez où aller. Si vous voulez raser le crâne, faites-le. Mais comme Flora le dit, ne vous sentez pas inférieur en aucun cas. Vous n'êtes pas. Surtout pas vous.
complètement,
Surtout pas.
complètement.
J'insiste sur ça, surtout pas, parce que vous avez deux choses, des choses belles, magnifiques, qu'on pouvait développer pour faire avancer ce monde. Le monde sera métissé. Si vous voulez ou pas, elle est là. Au cas où on ne voit pas, c'est ça comme ça. Il est temps d'apprendre de vivre avec. Il est temps de vivre en harmonie avec ça.
Oui.
Mais n'oubliez pas qui vous êtes.
Complètement. Merci. Tu as dit l'essentiel. Il faut, et c'est ça, respecter sa nature, respecter son identité, respecter sa personnalité. Mhm.
Sylvie, un dernier mot. Quel est votre rêve pour l'Afrique?
À ben, une Afrique reconnue à sa juste valeur, une Afrique qui a les mêmes opportunités, les mêmes chances que toutes, une Afrique qui revendique son place dans la grande histoire mondiale, qui revendique sa place et surtout qu'on reconnaisse. Je pense que j'ai immédiatement ce qui me vient à l'esprit, c'est vraiment la reconnaissance. Je crois que mon rêve pour l'Afrique, c'est un rêve de reconnaissance. Reconnaissance dans, effectivement, de ce que ça a apporté en termes de ressources humaines, en termes de ressources matérielles, en termes de ressources culturelles, en termes de ressources philosophiques. Vraiment reconnaissance, qu'on reconnaisse ça, et aussi qu'il y ait une reconnaissance symbolique, une reconnaissance politique, une reconnaissance littéraire et une reconnaissance financière. Je suis aussi vraiment pour qu'il y ait un équilibrage, un réajustement. Oui, je suis pour de la justice en fait, la justice pour l'Afrique. Mon rêve, c'est un rêve de justice, un rêve de reconnaissance, de justice et ensuite de bien-être, de joie et de développement, oui, oui, un développement économique, développement social, oui, d'abondance, de richesse, et que chaque personne puisse en profiter, que la classe moyenne se développe, oui, que la classe moyenne se développe pour devenir la classe la plus importante sur le continent.
Tout à fait.
Oui.
Merci infiniment. Mais avec autant de militants comme vous, il n'y a pas moyen que les choses ne se développent pas. On est
Oui,
d'accord.
oui, oui, oui. Et je pense aussi
On est d'accord.
on est d'accord. Et je pense que, en fait, je pense que mon rôle en tant que membre de la diaspora africaine, c'est finalement d'être fort au sein de la diaspora. Ça veut dire que moi, j'ai pas tellement un fantasme actuellement de retour sur le continent. Par contre, j'ai un fantasme d'être forte, de réseau, de capitaux qui vont pouvoir être investis, de partenariats, d'affaires, de business qui vont pouvoir se faire avec le continent. je me dis pas que aujourd'hui, mais on faut jamais dire jamais. Hein. J'espère qu'un jour peut-être que j'aurai une maison à Kinshasa.
On aura besoin de gens comme vous parce que des partenariats entre l'Occident et l'Afrique, on en a besoin. Et surtout, c'est les femmes africaines qui ne trouvent pas de sponsors, qui ne trouvent pas des investisseurs.
Exactement.
Justement, la raison pour laquelle cette plateforme elle a été créée, parce que les femmes n'y trouvent pas des investisseurs. Donc,
ce serait exact, ce serait complètement, c'est-à-dire que quand j'aurais aussi développé, quand financièrement aussi je me serais développée, que j'aurais les épaules suffisamment solides pour effectivement faire investir dans des entreprises sur le continent, prêter de l'argent, alors sous forme d'obligations ou sous forme de microcrédit, je sais pas, mais vraiment, ou simplement sous forme d'accompagnement par rapport à mon expérience, par rapport à ce que je sais, par rapport à d'échanges. Mais ça, c'est vraiment quelque chose qui me tient à cœur. Vraiment, de pouvoir faire profiter, de pouvoir faire profiter oui, de ce que j'aurais appris, de ce que je fais à d'autres ici, à Lausanne, en Suisse romande, encore une fois, mais également sur le continent, vraiment. Et ça, c'est quelque chose qui est très, très important pour moi.
C'est à développer. Il y a beaucoup de projets qui se mettent en place, mais aussi, la vérité mérite d'être dite haut et fort. Nous, les Africains aussi, on devrait aussi grandir, apprendre des autres. On a beaucoup de talent, on a beaucoup de ressources naturelles, mais il faut qu'on s'adapte au niveau d'aujourd'hui. Oui, il y a des investissements qui se font, oui, il y a des investisseurs qui veulent, mais il faut que l'Afrique aussi donne le moyen pour que les gens puissent les faire confiance, autant que notre cœur veut bien les faire confiance. Donc, voilà, il y a beaucoup de projets qui sont en place. On reste en contact. Je vous remercie infiniment.
Merci beaucoup. Merci pour l'invitation, merci pour l'initiative, bravo. Et puis, oui, anytime.
Merci beaucoup.
OK. Alors, je quitte le.
Hein? Bonne soirée. Je continue. Il me reste encore 3 heures. Le marathon continue.
Oui, bravo, courage.
Merci beaucoup.
Et puis, bien du plaisir aux prochaines oratrices. Ciao,
okay. Ciao. Merci, Sylvie. On attend le prochain. Hello, AWEEFians. We are back and we have the next speaker already online, all the way from South Africa. Let's see Brigitte, if she's here. Yes, she's ready. Just give me a few minutes. So we're switching language now to English. And now all the way we go to South Africa. Hello, Brigitte.
Hi, Lillian. How are you? Great to see you online.
Great to see you. How are you?
I'm very well, can't complain. Just very, very, very hot in Cape Town.
You're lucky. If I should just flip my screen, my camera around, there's so much snow, you cannot even begin to imagine.
Oh my goodness, it's completely the opposite. I'm sort of feeling like I'm frying in the sun here.
How are things? How are things over there with COVID? How is the situation?
We're sort of in the second wave right now, and things are a bit hectic. Our healthcare is starting to feel the brunt of it. It's overtaxed. Um, and most of us are being very, very careful because we understand the dangers of COVID. But it's such a difficult thing, Lillian. You're trying to balance um, keeping everyone safe and healthy with not locking up the economy. It's a fine balancing act. I think a lot of countries are struggling with that, to be honest.
Difficult times.
Yeah,
Difficult
very,
times.
very difficult. How do you keep the economy open safely without putting everyone else at risk?
Yeah, yeah,
It's difficult. Not an easy task, and I must be honest, I don't think I want to be in the shoes of any particular um, ruler at the moment who is having to make that judgment call. Because
yeah, yeah,
none of they're trying to make the best decision possible. And when you live in a country like South Africa, where you have such vast differences, economic differences, lockdown for the haves is very different to the lockdown for the have-nots.
yeah,
Because
yeah,
those who are in a wealthy position doing social distancing um, is so much easier. They've got a larger home. They can move around. They perhaps have a situation where they may share an office, but they've definitely got enough bedrooms. They've got a lounge. They've got a kitchen. They can move around with freedom. They've got access to technology. You know, whereas people in the lower end of the economic scale don't have access to technology. They may not have the ability to work from home.
yes,
They
yes,
be in a situation where you have up to we have homes where people live 10 to 15, 20 people in one confined space.
yeah, 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 yeah,
How do you apply social distancing in that kind of scenario? And these are people who more often than not don't even have a choice to work from home. So how do you then, as the leader of a country, make a choice to be safe and appease an entire population when you've got such a lot to juggle? It's not
Well,
easy.
no one has the answer. I mean, I think all everybody's just trying to do their best, and we're just hoping that we'll stay safe. Many people will not lose lives, and yeah, the economy. No one has the answer.
No,
Yeah.
definitely not. And
So
the thing is, it's such a moving target.
yeah,
Things can change literally
yeah,
overnight,
yeah,
and you've got to constantly adjust and reevaluate.
exactly. And this is such, it's such a good timing. Looking at your topic of discussion, how do we level up with our engagement with live videos during such difficult times when things are difficult, yet we know we are supposed to pivot because life will never be the same again? But how someone who had an office job, who left home, your home was probably not safe, someone who did not have a good standard, you left home, you went to work, and life was okay. And now you have to still perform at the same level. Those who are running businesses have to pivot to something that they were not prepared for. How do we start using live videos to up level our engagement?
That's a very good question. I would also want to say that for a lot of people, pivoting is more difficult than for others. First of all, if you had the technology already available and you simply had to make
Yeah.
some adjustments, it could have been easier. But imagine if you were going into an office every day. That's different. Your children are at daycare, they're at school, and now you at home and you're
Yeah.
having to adapt.
Yeah.
And on top of it, you can't send your children to school; they're at home with you.
Yeah.
And if you've got a partner at home and you're both trying to work from home, now you've got to decide who's going to keep the children entertained or quiet, and you've both got a meeting schedule. There's a lot to consider, and the other big thing that I think a lot of people didn't consider is you may have had access to bandwidth or the internet at home, but that was for recreational purposes.
Yes. It's not for professional.
No, so that's been an additional cost factor for people. And here in Africa, bandwidth is still at a premium. It is not that cheap, and not everyone, especially if we're talking about live streaming, for example, and who is not on Zoom. I must tell you a little story. One of my co-hosts on a show, she's got a little, I think he's 7 now. And he ran into the room one day and says, Mom, I've got to get online. I'm late for my Zoom. Could you could you have imagined, a year and a half ago, a child running in and say, I'm late for my Zoom?
Yeah.
Never in a million years.
Yes, yes. We shielded them, we protected them from online, and now we are now pushing them. Go do your homework.
I
Yeah.
know. And all of this takes bandwidth,
Yes.
and
Yes.
something that I think have we didn't plan for. I mean, this was sort of pushed on all of us at the
Yeah.
last minute. And people now talk about Zoom fatigue.
Yes, I've heard that. Yes, yes.
And what that is about really is that if you and I were having a conversation in person, I would focus only on you, right?
Yeah.
And when you're having a real in-person conversation, you focus on more than what the person is saying, right? You
Mhm.
focus there's other visual cues that you concentrate on. Person's facial expressions,
Mhm.
um, their body language, and when you're having a conversation with someone, you can tell whether the person is present or not, right?
Yes,
Just
yes,
by
yes.
looking at them, you can tell when someone's a million miles away.
Yeah.
But you focused on only one person, right?
Yes, yes.
And even then, it's if you're really really present, even then it's a lot to take in if you really want to have a meaningful conversation with someone. Now, imagine you trying to do this with 10, 20, 50, 100 people all on one screen.
Yeah.
If you're trying to read all those visual cues. But think about where I'm trying to go with this. Um, People who are not aware of what it takes to do this. So now you have a situation where people are on Zoom and they're not trained.
Yeah.
I don't think companies have taken the time to give their employees the training that it needs to be online. It's not a matter of just switching on the camera and there you go. So you get situations where because people don't have the necessary training, they do all kinds of things online, which is very stressful for viewers. One example for that is the moving target.
Yeah.
someone someone joining the live stream on their mobile phone and they think it's okay to move around.
Mm, mm.
So you're trying to not only listen to what that person is saying, you're now trying to take in their background
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
and whatever is happening in the background.
Mm, mm,
And you kind of lose focus on the main topic or what the person is actually saying.
mm.
Or somebody gets up, or they're moving around, or you can see they're trying to grab something to eat. And then, of course, my absolute favorite is people trying to use a green screen without knowing how to use it effectively.
Yeah, we're all trying to pivot. We'll get there.
People who don't understand how green screens work, and they try and use one, and then they're wearing green, and all you see is their head moving,
Yeah,
bobbing around on the screen.
yeah, yeah,
Um,
yeah,
so there's so many factors that were not accounted for that people are struggling with live video, and hence the term that's been coined, Zoom fatigue.
yeah. But this brings us to something beautiful. It opens up other areas that we could explore, other businesses that could be created. Because before Zoom was dumped on us, people were going live. And which brings us to the quote of the day by Jay-Z, who says, I do not know where streaming will go in the future. The analytics that we're seeing tells us that streaming is the next thing and downloads are going down. This I had to trim down because it was too long. So we've been streaming for no good reason. Some people like you and I, we've been doing it on a professional base. And now we know that there is a huge market behind this. We've seen you and I in groups where people are asking for help. Who can do this? Who can do? We see jobs being created, and that's where you and I we come in. So tell us, why is it important for businesses to start engaging with their audience or clients using live videos?
Well, Lydian, or anyone watching this, imagine being able to broadcast your message, any message, to people who are already online. They're already consuming video on the go. Everybody is
Yes.
now familiar with live video.
Yes.
But then you have the opportunity to direct the attention of those people to your business, to your website. You may have a cause that you're passionate about. You may have a charity that you're passionate about. You may have written a book. Um, so wherever you wish, you now with live video have the opportunity to direct people's attention to whatever it is you wanting to do. And then imagine being able to change or tailor your message according to the business needs at the drop of a hat. You can do that with live video. If you are a store owner, for example, and you have a product, you now have the ability to push through online specials to your
Yeah.
clients.
Yeah.
With traditional TV, you'd pay quite a pretty penny
Yes.
to get access to that kind of audience. And not
Yes.
everybody may have had the ability to do that, but now you do.
Yes, 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 exactly. There's so many things now we could, do with live videos at very minimal cost. But what is live video?
Live video, I'm going to use traditional video as an example. Television. Everybody knows what television is. And that's also known as broadcasting, but more specifically, it's one way broadcasting. So information is pushed through to the audience, but the audience has got zero ability to impact the broadcast or to give feedback or input of any kind. Also, with traditional broadcasting, like in the television, everything is usually, or most things are pre-recorded, and the emphasis is on perfection before that is pushed through to the audience. But live streaming, on the other hand, is a two-way broadcasting. It's completely different. Still broadcasting, but it's
Yeah,
interactive.
exactly.
And Yeah, and the emphasis is more on being real and authentic and less polished, less of a perfection, because that's not what's there. You want to, or with live video, you've got the opportunity to now be engaging. You can interact with your audience. You can show, with the technology that we have, you can show comments on screen, for example, and people love that. And I want to use the excellent example of why live streaming is not going to go away anytime soon and why you should embrace it. There was, I'm not sure if you're familiar with Mario Armstrong. He launched the Never Settle show, and he describes the Never Settle show as a web television series that provides advice and tools to help you hustle mindfully and to pursue your passions. Now, the Never Settle show with Mario Armstrong won the very first Emmy award for a live stream show.
No way.
Yes, so this is serious business and it's not going to go anywhere. So, live streaming is very much a serious contender in the broadcasting
Yeah.
industry, and it is just growing. Now, just to give you an example of where this is going, a bit of history of live streaming. Live streaming started back about 6 years ago with
Yeah.
Blab. It was a
Yes. Yes. I
video
remember that.
platform.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yes, a video platform that was interesting, informative, and educational, and people could meet up with friends or colleagues and gather information and hang out. And then one day, unfortunately, the producers of Blab shut down the platform, and everyone was at a loss. And then in 2016, in October 2016, along came BeLive TV,
Yeah.
and there was this huge happiness amongst the live streaming community
But
because
before
people
then,
felt
there was Periscope, I think.
there was Periscope.
There
Yes,
was
yes, I
Periscope,
missed
and there
it.
was still Periscope. I think I know some people are still on Periscope. Yeah.
And Periscope, by the way, is also going to be mothballed. So it'll be the second huge platform to be mothballed. That's going
Okay.
to go away at the end of March.
Oh.
Yeah. But Twitter bought Periscope, so
Yes.
so basically Twitter does the same thing. So you can go from you at the moment you can stream directly on Periscope and Twitter at the same time. So it's not a huge loss. It has a different feeling to it, but we do not have a lack of technology for streaming at the moment. We've got such a huge choice. And just talking about the growth in live streaming, I mentioned how BeLive TV came along. As you said, we had Blab, we had Periscope, and then we had BeLive TV, who is still going strong, still a huge contender. But to give you an example of the growth, after BeLive TV, there were so many others, and one of them being StreamYard, that's just 2 years old.
Yeah. StreamYard, Ecam, so many, so many.
So many, just so many. But
And just native Facebook, we do not even need to use all these tools. Just native Facebook or native Twitter works. It really works.
absolutely, there's such a huge choice, and each one of the platforms caters to different needs because not everyone's the same, not every business is the same. So you've got to do your homework really,
Yeah. Yeah.
and discover which of these technologies fits in with your brand and your abilities and how and where your audience is.
Yeah.
Because
Exactly.
there's no point in going into a direction where your audience isn't going to be. So just find out where your audience is. What is your audience like?
Yeah. Yeah. So from your example, from your experience, what are some key points to work on before we start engaging through live video? Because it's very important. If you're doing it just for fun, that's okay. But as a business, what are some key points we should look into?
Well, first of all, you've got to. There's a couple of things. One is time. Figure out how you're going to fit that into your marketing strategy because nobody wakes up just one day and say, okay, well, I'm going to start live streaming for my business. It doesn't work that way. You know, you've got to put a lot of planning into it. Do your research, find out what technology is available, as I said earlier, and then find out what are the resources that you are going to need to make this happen. You know, do you have access to the bandwidth that is
Mhm.
required? And something a lot of people don't know is, and I find this with guests all the time, you know, because of our history with television or watching shows on Netflix or YouTube, for example. And I know I was in that position as well before I got into live streaming. Everybody sort of, you know, I've got plenty bandwidth, and they focused on the download speed because that's what you were doing. You were receiving information. But when you're live streaming, you need a good upload
Yeah,
speed.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
So that is something you need to be aware of. You know, people are not aware of that. That you need a very good upload speed if you want to be streaming. So preparation, being consistent. Don't just dive into it haphazardly, because once you start live streaming, you want to be consistent.
Yeah.
If you want a following, you need to know that whether that's going to be once a day, once a week, once a month, bi-monthly, it really doesn't matter. But you want to build up some kind of consistency so that your audience know when they can expect you to
Mm,
be online, you know.
mm.
Um, One of the things that I've learned, for example, and I think almost all live streamers have learned, is to think on your feet. I think we've almost become experts on thinking about, you know,
Yeah,
when it comes to the ability to be flexible and think on your feet, because
yes,
it's not perfect. Like, you know, when with a television production, you've got a huge production team that makes a television show happen.
exactly. Yeah. Live
But
streaming
with
on your own.
you, you on your unless you have a producer, and that's another thing that people need to know if you are watching the show. Um, you don't necessarily, if you're wanting to start a live stream for your business or your brand, you don't necessarily have to do the production part yourself, because we now have options. There are production services, people who will do the technical bits for you, and you can simply focus on your content.
Exactly. And that brought us to a discussion and a plan, because we are not seeing enough. We had an example of basically job offers, and there was really no one offering, it was there. And we came to a conclusion that why don't we start something, because we don't see Africa representing itself. We'll get into that discussion in a little bit, but let's just take the one comment here, which says, "Thank you, Brigitte Limbanda, for this very insightful discussion." That's Modi. She is in Belgium. I could not hear you. Oh, you're muted.
Apologies. So
Yes.
that's, you know, it's a pleasure. That's why we're doing what we're doing, is to raise awareness of live streaming and live video and what is possible with it if you're wanting to um, raise awareness about your brand or your business or your charity or your cause. It is something that you can do. And, you know, previously this was not accessible to us at all. But the technology has evolved over the last 5, 6 years to the point where you could now actually, if you had the bandwidth, first of all, you had the knowledge, you had the technology available, you could actually produce a live stream show that is pretty much on par with a television show.
Yeah,
You
yeah,
can.
yeah. But there are two sides to this coin. We are talking of businesses that already exist and have the means for it. You could really go in full and have a real production and reach more people than you would do normally. But there are also the people who have no idea on on the IT side of things, and also do not have the means, neither do they have the knowledge to pivot. So it's really, there is a fine line between somebody who has the means and put all what's necessary, because this is an opportunity to even gain more clients. But what about those who are struggling to pivot, to understand the IT side of it? How do they get around this?
The way to get around it is definitely to engage the services of a remote live video producer. That's the way to get around it. Of course you can learn the skills, but not everybody wants to learn the skills.
Yes.
And even if you are going to get into it and you're keen on learning the skills, there's a learning curve, and
Yes.
it's not going to happen overnight.
Yeah.
Um, you know, it should never prevent you from getting started. If I look back at my very first live videos, I want to cringe.
Don't talk to me about it. You are
I
not going.
absolutely want to cringe. But this as one of our streaming colleagues says, if you want to write a book, you got to have a chapter one, right?
Sometimes I look at some of those live streams and I'm asking, who is that?
I know. I want to hang my head in shame, but I've kept them. I mean, I have the option to delete them, but I've kept them because there's still so many people that need to enter this arena, and they need to know that it's okay to not be perfect in the beginning. It's very okay.
Yeah,
You know,
that's it. When my daughter is also trying, we're struggling to do her live stream, and she said, "Why don't you just do a video?" And I said, "But that's what everybody is doing. They're doing videos in places that do not belong to them. They rent the place, they take a nice shot. But today we want to see where you live, how you live, and what you. I mean, are you practicing what you preach? So live stream has. I mean, it's the market is huge, but we have to start. We have to put in the effort. If you don't have the means, you have to learn the skills, and you do not have to spend that much at the very beginning, but you really need to get in the business, because I don't think there's going to be there's no going back. There is no going back.
ab- absolutely not. And one of the reasons I like to remind people why you need to get into live video is, um, there's a lot of competition out there.
Yeah.
There's a lot of people, unless you have something that is extremely unique and that's rare, you have got to vie for the attention of people. And you can use live video to set yourself apart from your competition because, I know it sounds cliche, but people buy from people that they know, like, and trust. That is
Yes.
just the
Yes.
bottom line.
Yes.
And so with live video, you can pull back the curtain on who you are as a person, so that people get to know you, your personality, the real you, so that and then the product becomes irrelevant. What you sell doesn't matter then because people will buy because they have come to like you and they've come to trust you.
Mhm.
Um, and so you can do that very, very quickly with live video. And here's the thing that you also need to appreciate about live video is that it literally is business without borders.
Yes.
You're breaking down, the confines of your four walls, that pretty little office that you had. You're
Yes.
literally opening up the walls, you're collapsing the walls of your business. And you're not only exposing yourself to people in your immediate community or your town or even your country. You're now
Yeah.
literally opening up your business to the rest of the world. And that is a phenomenal opportunity that would have cost you a pretty penny on television back in the day.
Yeah. 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 10 grand, yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot. Yeah. Now, in the context of Africa, why aren't we seeing enough of Africans live streaming? Let's not even go to the quality. Let's not go to the content. Why is Africa not showing up? We've spoken about the, access to good internet. Why is Africa not showing up?
Lillian, if I have to get real about this, I think there is somehow a lack of confidence, um, and somehow people have a feeling that they're not good enough. There's this perception that only goods and products and services that come from overseas, or that are sourced internationally, is good, but it's such a misconception.
Yeah.
There are such amazing people in Africa, that have produced goods and services that are world class, and there's really no reason for us to feel that we are not up to par. um, and that's one of the things I've seen with live streaming, because I've been streaming now for over 5 years, almost 6 years, and having met people from all the corners of the world and seeing what they're doing, there's no reason for Africa to feel that they are less than in any shape. We've got every reason to feel proud, um,
But
and something that
is it only that, or is it because of the cost that comes with it? Because
there's also the cost factor. Absolutely. If you look at the exchange rate, I often listen to people providing goods and services from other countries, and most things are based on the US dollar. And if you had to consider the exchange rate that we have to buy goods and services at, in Africa, most times those things are completely unaffordable. People will say, for example, you may need X amount of services, and everyone said, well, it's only $10 or it's only $100. But once you convert that into currency into Africa, it's way outpriced. Now, I have seen that in some instances, people have made allowances for that, but not enough. I'm not seeing nearly enough of that. So products and services are unaffordable for most people in Africa based on the US dollar.
how do we turn the table around? How do we, I mean, get the mass to start doing something? Because yes, it's the prices are rather expensive for the normal African, but this is an investment that has to be made on a governmental level as well. There are some countries that we've heard of. We see them on the map, but they are absolutely not represented on the internet. How do
And
we
it's such a
change it?
shame, it's
This
such a
is the thing.
shame.
This is the thing. How do we get to let the government even, from a governmental point of view, talking about tourism, let's forget now there's COVID and everything. COVID will be over one day. How do people come to your country? What have you been showing the world about your country? There is nothing. Nothing. So, how do we turn this around? How do we start educating people on the importance and essence of live streaming?
By doing what we're doing now. By doing what we're doing now and doing more of it on a more regular basis to create awareness, to so people can see that the technology is available, and perhaps people who have access to, or have the ability to provide the infrastructure can do so. I think there needs to be a lot more giving back. Um, you know, Something that I did, I don't know, I think maybe 3 years ago, I interviewed a lady who talked about the wealth that is available in Africa and how that is used globally. And so one of the other things I think that could make a difference, Lillian, is for the international market to not, I often see people coming here, for example, and they're trying to haggle with our people about prices. And that
Yeah.
is so that
To
is
beat them,
so
to beat them
unfair.
down.
It is so they try and beat them down. And considering the exchange rate, it is so incredibly unfair. Just pay people a fair rate. Something that I can get almost very emotional and tearful about is the fact that a lot of the minerals that's used all over the world comes from Africa. You know, a motherboard that is used in all the technology. A motherboard is used in almost everything, and the minerals that's required to produce those things come from Africa, and a lot of those minerals are conflict minerals. Where children as young as 4 years old are used in mines. People are not paid a day's wage. So a lot of the things can be turned around if the rest of the world only pays Africa what they should pay. No one, I mean, we use smartphones. Everyone uses a smartphone. We wouldn't have a smartphone if it wasn't for the minerals that come from Africa. Think about that for a moment. And yet, the people who live here can't afford one. How
Yeah.
insane is that?
Yeah. 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 But then Africa should stand up and at one point, go live and show the reality of things.
We
Show
do
the
need to
reality
do
of
more of
things.
that.
We need to do
Yeah.
more of that. And we've come up to an idea of a monthly show where we help African women go live. We set everything up. They don't have to have Be Live or StreamYard. We're going to provide that. We come here with our expertise and we help them to tell them what equipments they need, how they should, just to get them started and move them forward. That's the only way. But the problem still that I see, we are going to do this is because it's not leading to any financial win quickly, we might not make it as much as we dream. The problem with Africa very often is they want it now. Now, because of the poverty level, we want it now. We want to eat now. Food is a necessity. There is very little long term planning in Africa. We are going to go up with this plan, but we need to take this to another level. So anyone watching this as a live watching this live or as a replay, we call on governments to come sit with us and tell us what they need without asking for money, of course, because money is hard for everybody. What in the form of giving back as services, as our time, as equipment, so they could represent their country. Let us know.
Oh, absolutely. And I think, and it really doesn't take, if you want to incorporate live streaming into your business or your marketing plan, you really don't need a lot to start off with. You can really just start with the basics, and if you're a small business anyway, start with the basics, and you can always build up. I didn't have a great camera when I started. I didn't have great lighting when I started. I didn't have the ability to use a green screen when I started. There's a lot of things I didn't have. But, if I didn't start at some point, I wouldn't have been able to grow to the point that I am now. So just get started is
Yeah,
basically what I would say.
yeah, yeah. And let us know how we can support you. Let us know how we can, help you take that leap of, faith. Just start doing. Just start, and we'll help you. We'll guide you to maybe be able to do the live streams yourself. But it's so important for you to start your live stream if you've not yet done so.
Absolutely. And, just reach out to us in the comments if you'd like to know more, if you'd like to know how to get started. leave a comment if you're watching this on demand at another time. Let us know, and we'll reach out to you.
Yes, absolutely, absolutely. There is so much. I mean, just take an example. We really do not need great light or great camera to show the crops that grow in Africa. Some people don't know where plantains come from. Why don't you have an agricultural, channel where you really show what's really happening in Africa, the organic food that Africa has?
Absolutely, plenty of opportunities if you've got a mobile phone. You know,
Exactly. If you've got a mobile phone, you have it already. Because people are using that mobile phone to, watch other stuff on YouTube. So why don't you use it for your business?
and it's amazing if one simply takes the time to do it. And there's so much. I saw something the other day that really warmed my heart. There's a couple of youngsters that shot a short movie simply using their mobile phones, but it was phenomenal. That was actually picked up by an international filmmakers. And so it's more about having the will to do something than having the technology.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Because if there's a will, there's a way.
Yes, yes. And I've seen great, great movies shot with the mobile phone coming from Nigeria. So people are working behind the scenes. Brigitte, I think it will be time for us to share with the world some of your work.
Video into your marketing strategy. Every day, you're competing with thousands of brands. One way to stand out and show your authentic self is through live video marketing. Embrace live video marketing into your marketing strategy and get people to know, like, and trust you. Who doesn't like a good story? Stories are a great way to share your products, goods, and services with people and for them to get to know, like, and trust you. So incorporate live video marketing into your strategy. Start somewhere, but start. You can start building an online community and following one video at a time. Don't try to be amazing, just try to be helpful. Be Live Media advocates for responsible social media and responsible live streaming. I'm Brigitte Limbanda, and we'll see you in the next broadcast.
There we go.
Thanks for sharing that, Lillian.
You're welcome. Yeah, I mean, so many businesses are really not present online, which is a shame. Gone are those days where we use email as the only source of marketing, or sending letters, or phoning people. Now it's really happening through videos, through live videos, and it's time for Africa to show up. It's time for us to start engaging. We really need to take that leap of faith and just throw ourselves out there and try. And in 10 years, you look at it, you say, just like me, you say, who is that? You'll be laughing at yourself.
And I'm going to say, if you want to get into live streaming, learn to laugh at yourself.
Don't take yourself too seriously.
Absolutely.
The very first one, you're going to make up like mad, thinking you have to do great. The next one, you're thinking, okay, just go there, deliver your content, and get out of there.
And it's really not, if any of you sort of thinking, I can't do that, you eventually learn it's not about you.
No.
It's not about you. People are not looking for a polished, perfect you. If you have value, whether that's content, or a product or a service, that's all people really care about. People are not going to focus on your makeup not being perfect, or that you're not wearing a Carducci suit or whatever. That's not really what people care about. Just provide them with value.
And by the way, if you're thinking your makeup is not perfect, you can't do it, you're depriving other people, you're making other people stay stuck because you are not showing up. You're telling them they must be perfect before they start. And it's absolutely not correct. It's absolutely not correct. Someone out there is waiting for you to make that mistake for them to get the courage to start.
And can I tell you something strange? That people, when you focus on perfection too much, I have seen in the last 5-6 years that the live stream videos that get the most views are where people were imperfect, where they've made a mistake,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
because then it's relatable. That's what you want to
Yes, it's
do
real.
with
Yeah,
live video. You want to be relatable,
yeah,
not perfect.
yeah, yeah. Exactly, exactly. Not perfect, because there is no such thing. There is no perfection. That would be TV, right?
Correct.
We just said live stream, videos, live videos. We didn't say television. Let's
It's
be perfectly
live.
the real thing, live, real life. But what are some of the mistakes that you made that you think you can really pass it on to someone else to tell them not to try to avoid these mistakes? What are some of the mistakes you made?
Um, some of them. There's so many mistakes that I've made. Um, you know, not being focusing too much on what people may think of you.
Yeah, yeah,
I think it's one big mistake. I focused a lot on that in the beginning. I was constantly worried about what people would think about me. And when I finally started to relax and realize that's not why people are coming to watch my shows. It's not about me at all. Focus on the value and the content. I enjoy doing talk shows, for example. I love interviewing people and sharing their value with the rest of the world. Um, and if that is something that you're wanting to do as part of your broadcast, for example, then that's going to be a whole new show. Is just learning the techniques of getting through a show. Having a plan, having an introduction, having the body, and then having a call to action at the end.
yeah, yeah.
I didn't have that kind of structure. We didn't have when we started live streaming. We There wasn't much available in terms of training, for example.
But many people
We were
hadn't done it before. Many people
we were
hadn't
trying
done it
to wing
before.
it. We were winging it in the beginning,
Yeah,
really winging it.
yeah, yeah. Many people hadn't done it before, so that's perfectly normal, perfectly okay. But now things are improving, and there is no excuse. The mistake I had at the very beginning, which I think I should have, I don't know why, I was worried about my accent.
It's amazing the kind of things we can be worried about.
And I'm still,
I
yeah.
mean, I don't think if that was not when you said your accent. I thought, seriously, your accent never even occurred to me because
So if anyone out there is worrying, if you're worrying about it, somebody like Brigitte did not even think of it, but it was in your head. How do you pronounce this? Do they understand me? Yeah.
yeah, and it's little things. So don't let anything stop you. And I know I'm gonna say we need to, as they say with Nike, be like Nike, just do it.
Exactly. Just do it. Absolutely. Absolutely. Let's just do it. Get on with it. Yeah. Absolutely. Absolutely. It's a long way to go. And again, my only fear is that Africa is not jumping on this boat and again will be the last on the list to get on the trail. So we're going to do our best to get women on here. Government officials, let us know how we can support you. Put your programs out there. If you look in every developed country, their meetings, everything is now live. It is live. Stand up to the task. We're here to support you. Message us anytime.
Oh, absolutely. And in terms of audience, there's a massive, massive international audience that you can reach with live video. And I want to just end off by using one platform, for example, that most businesses or serious businesses are on anyway, and that is LinkedIn. You know,
Yes.
there's currently 50 million companies registered on LinkedIn, and they have 260 million active LinkedIn users. Africa and the Middle East has got 61 million users. That's a huge amount of people.
Mm.
Um, in South Africa, there's about 8 million LinkedIn users. That's a huge market that you are missing if you are not live streaming.
But
You
not
know, so
everybody is able to live stream on LinkedIn. You are the first African to be able to live stream on LinkedIn. Bravo.
thank you. And again, you know, that's one of the things, that didn't just happen. I asked for
Yes,
it.
yes, yes. I remember
You
you
know,
told me. Yeah.
if you want something to happen, make it happen.
I asked
Um,
for it. I asked for it and they didn't reply. So I don't follow shining objects. I stick to Facebook, stay here until the very end.
and talking about social media platforms and live streaming, something you also want to consider is that you want to make sure that your investment in live video is also on a platform that you control. Make sure that you can upload it to your own personal website. Yes, you want to put it on Facebook, on YouTube, on Twitter, on LinkedIn, or wherever else you can stream to. But make sure that you have a copy of that video and that you also put it on your own personal website so that you have control over it. Because
Okay,
you
but
can
that
always,
but I get your point to embed it on your website. But then what all we all are chasing is the likes and the views. If you embed it on your website, you're embedding a link, or are you embedding the video itself? Because when
the
you embed the video
actual,
itself, it has
not a
no
link.
it
You
has
don't
no
want you don't want the link. You want to actually upload that video to your website, the actual video. Because what if, we don't own LinkedIn, we don't own Facebook.
no.
Um, we want to make sure we have an actual copy of the video that we can put on our website that has no dependency on any other platform. Because it's an investment, and
Yes.
and when it comes to video content, you want to produce content that's evergreen, and something that people don't realize often is that when you produce long form video, you can create thousands, lots and lots of short form videos
Yeah.
and repurpose those. So
Yes.
don't think that it's a one and done it. Live streaming is not a one and done. It's something that needs to be done with consistency. But know that if you produce a great long form video, you can cut that up into lots of smaller videos that you can use for advertising, on different platforms. So
Also,
yeah, that's
it's
a
a
whole topic on
podcast.
its own.
Yeah. And you
And a
could also use
podcast.
that
You can use
podcast.
Yeah, you can strip the audio. A lot of the streaming platforms now offer you the ability to automatically do that. They will
Yes.
already separate the video and the audio for you so that you can use that in a podcast, but that's a whole different conversation because, you also need good um, audio to be able to use that for a podcast.
Mhm.
Um, and you also reach a different. If you do that, you basically doubling up on what the time and investment you made on your live video. If you can repurpose that as a podcast, you're reaching a whole new audience.
Mhm, mhm.
Um, because people may not, even though there's a huge market for live video, um, people can consume your content as a podcast while they cleaning their house, doing the dishes,
I do that with books,
you know,
audiobooks.
audiobooks. So realize that it's not just live video. You can double up on your efforts by turning it into a podcast.
Absolutely. Absolutely. We are going to work on that. We're going to bring more people into this. We're going to train more people. As from next month, once a month, we come up, we tackle one idea on live streaming, the importance, tools, etc., etc. And we'll see what happens. And we're going to contact people to help them, go live, help their businesses go live. You just have to show up with good internet connection and we'll help you from behind the scenes. So we're here, Brigitte and I. Message us if you need that help. We are here for you. Brigitte, what is your legacy? What's that legacy you're working towards to uplift Africa?
I want to be able to use live video as I see it as a tool,
Mm,
as a means to an end, you know, and not trying to, as you say, chase shiny objects.
mm,
Realize that live streaming is really just a means to an end. It's a tool that you can use to, as I said earlier, break down the walls
yeah.
and make your goods and products and services known to people internationally. Some of the people I've spoken to that are coaches, for example, as well. You know, if you do coaching, instead of just and in any case, we are not able to do things in person in any event.
Yes. Yes.
So if you're now doing your coaching online, you can now coach anybody all over the world.
Yes.
You
Yes.
know, it's
Absolutely.
no longer um, bringing people into your office. And you know what excites me a lot about this also, Lydian, is the opportunities that it's now afforded um, the disabled community or the differently abled community.
That's why we have the text on the screen so everybody can.
Yeah, because previously a lot of companies, or there was this belief that we needed to have a bum on the seat to do a specific job. And COVID has really taught us that a lot of it is not true. A lot can be done remotely. A lot of people are working remotely. Even some blue chip companies are working remotely. A lot of our retail office staff is now working remotely. Things that people previously said was not possible has become possible. And I've read stories of huge corporations who were able to pivot in a matter of 3 to 4 days to be able to have their staff work remotely, something people said could never ever be done. And yet COVID has changed all of that. So COVID's done a lot of good in that respect, that it's created opportunities for the market to pivot. And the thing that excites me about this is I don't think we're ever going back to what we considered business as usual ever again, because we've learned so much, we've grown so much, we've created so many opportunities, um, and I've seen people do amazing pivots, focusing on what the current needs are in the marketplace. People have gone out of their comfort zone. um, I'm excited that using live streaming, we can now make people aware of things that they may not have been aware of earlier. One of the things that I did was create awareness of the water crisis we had in Cape Town, for example, um, and help raise that to a global awareness level. And even to this day now, it's heartwarming when I get messages from people telling me that they look at water differently because of the live streams that they saw, because of the value of the messages that I shared, the people I was able to interview. So it has far-reaching impact. And so, if you're watching this live or you're watching this later on demand, just know that you can have a global impact if you use live streaming. I would never have thought, for example, for one second a couple of years ago that I would have the opportunity to be on international radio and television, which is not why I thought I'd do what I did, but that was just the the value, how valuable live streaming can be. So if you're still on the fence about its usefulness, I would say, as we said before, just be like Nike and just do it. Don't wait for the perfect time. There never is going to be a perfect time. Um, just do it, embrace it, and make yourself available for business globally.
Yeah. Just do it because you're afraid today, you will be afraid tomorrow. It's not going to change. Your fear
Absolutely.
is not going to go away. But when you start today, you get better tomorrow. And
You know, Lilith, I think of the times when I started, and you probably can relate to that as well. But when I started doing this 5, 6 years ago, I remember the first, I don't know, maybe the first 3 to 6 months. Every time I had to hit the go live button, my heart used to thump inside my chest. I I had this huge fear of the camera. I promise you, it was like my pulse was racing. My palms were sweaty.
it
It,
still happens. It still happens to me. It still happens to me.
it was that's for that first, yeah, that first sort of 6 months was crazy. I used to literally sort of feel like there was this big boogeyman that was going to jump out of the camera and consume me.
It's like you die over and over. Next week you have to do the same, or in a few days you have to do the same thing and have the same feeling. It's like, oh my God.
And I said, why am I doing this to myself? Just why am I doing this to myself? Um, and now I don't, it's but I
Oh,
think it was more that I had this determination that I wanted to do this. So, focus on your why. Why do you want to do this? And then you could overcome almost everything else then becomes an objection.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
And anything else on top of that is just an excuse.
Exactly. If I would have stopped because of my accent, hello. And there
Yeah.
is always someone who is going to overtake, who is going to find the courage to, who had the same fear like you, but will have the courage to do it. So you're just putting yourself behind. Just do it. Start today. Just do it.
Absolutely. And as we said before, reach out in the comments if you're watching this on demand later. Let us know, and we'll get in touch with you and let you know how you can get started. Because back when we started, we didn't have as much help as we do as is available now. We didn't
No,
have the choice of platforms.
no,
We
no,
didn't
no.
have the choice of technology. Things were very limited back then, but now we have choice, we have knowledge, um, and we have the technology is caught up with us, and so there's a lot of help out there. Just ask, and I've never met a more amazing bunch of people than the live streaming community because everyone is willing to jump in and help.
Help.
When you need
Yes.
help, everyone will help you.
Yes.
So you never need to feel like you on your own at all. There's a huge community there that will assist.
Absolutely, absolutely. And someone out there is waiting for you. Is waiting for your product, your services, your voice, your accent, your fear, your worries. Just start. Start doing what you have to do because there is no going back. All businesses, look at all big businesses, they are going live. All.
They are, because if you don't, you're literally going to get left behind,
Yeah,
and you can stand out and just be unique, just be you.
exactly.
Don't try and be Nike, don't try and be BBC. Don't try and be CNN because you're not that, and people don't want that.
Exactly. Exactly. They
People want
have that already. So
they have that already. Just be you, bring yourself, and bring your knowledge, bring your expertise, and share that. That's what people are looking for.
Absolutely.
And bring your imperfection, because nobody can relate to perfect. Just be who you are and let
Yeah.
people see what your personality is like, and um and go from there.
Yeah. Especially nowadays when things everyone is locked down, do you know how many spirits you're going to uplift? How many people will now look up to you and say, "Oh, you're just like me." You know, go live.
Ab-
Go live. Yeah.
Absolutely, I can't reiterate that enough.
Yeah. So many people, I mean, we're the same. We're just the same. There is no difference. There is no frontier anymore. You have a course. You can be a dog teacher, primary school teacher. You help kids to do their math online. Go live and explain to your students. It's so simple. It's just that simple. You know, all these Udemy, they exist, but if you don't go live, how do you stand out from all those people in that community? How do you stand out?
Absolutely. So bring your unique abilities. If you sell pot plants, there may be many people out there selling pot plants.
Yeah,
But
yeah,
what is it about you that makes you different? That's what you can show people on live video, and why they should buy your pot plants and not someone else's pot plants.
exactly.
Um, that's the ability live video um, gives to you. And there's something else I just want to mention as well, Lillian, and this is another problem that occurred with Zoom. People don't realize what opportunities they could be missing if they don't present themselves correctly um, online on camera. What if you are not presenting yourself in a professional manner? And I'm not talking about perfection. There's a difference between
Yeah,
professional and
yeah. I
and
know
and
what you
being
mean. Yeah.
and being perfect. Um, but just think you may be missing a promotion because your boss saw you online and you are looking distracted. Your mind's somewhere else. You're not present in the meeting. Don't do things on Zoom that you won't do if you were in the boardroom. Would you be sitting there with chomping peanuts in a boardroom? Very likely not. So then don't do that on Zoom. Be aware that people are watching you. Be aware of your eye movements, the movements that you make on camera. They can either attract people to you or they can repel people. So you want to make sure that your online presence is going to attract people. Um, you know, you may have a great product or service or whatever it is, but if people see you online in a negative manner, they're not going to want to buy from you. They're going to think, well, you don't have your stuff together.
Yeah, 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 yeah.
So be aware of how you present yourself on these Zoom meetings because people are taking notice. You know, don't be distracted when you're in a Zoom meeting. Don't be texting when you're in a Zoom meeting. Um, you know, make sure that your background is clear. Make sure you don't have rubbish in your background or laundry in your background. All those things people notice, and it really does detract from who you are and how seriously people are going to take you.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Don't just go live, do live videos for the sake of doing live videos. Think of what you the image you're putting out there, and it should not be as expensive as you think. Tip
So
one: the simplest thing we can do, you can just take a white sheet, a bed sheet, white, you know, and have it as a background screen. You don't need to go miles and miles away to have a clean background. So don't just do it for the sake of doing it. As Brigitte said, be careful. Your image is at stake. People are watching. It can either really hit you badly, or it can create an opportunity for you. So come join us, come join the discussion we are going to be having each month on how to go live because the continent is lagging behind. Brigitte, how can we find you? How can we get in touch with you?
People can get in touch with me. If you Google my name, Brigetti, I'm Brigetti on Twitter, Brigetti on Facebook, and you can also find me under my company name, which is B Live Media. So it's B without the E. B Live Media is where you can find my website. You can find me on Facebook, and you can also find me on LinkedIn. Also Brigetti. So those are the two ways in which you can find me online.
Great. It was a pleasure having you. Before I let you go, I have one more video to share in case those watching now did miss the first video. Give me a few minutes, please.
You have a story that is unique, a story that needs to be heard, a story that people care about. So it can get them to stand up for what they believe in. It can inspire them to change. It can inspire them to take action. It can inspire them to care. Care enough to be the light to someone's darkness. Care enough to extend a helping hand to someone who's down and out. Care enough to call things the way they are and see them for what they could be. Your story can make a difference. Your story can save a life. Your story matters. One story changed the entire world. Your story could do the same. All you've got to do is own your story.
Beautiful.
Thank you.
I'll make sure my story changes life. It will change lives. And so is yours as well. It's already changing lives. Even my kids, when they hear your name, they're like, Brigitte. So you even have the next generation on your side. That's hard work to catch, man.
It's been a wonderful journey so far, and I have met the most amazing people online like yourself.
Thank you.
That if it wasn't for live streaming, I would probably not have met you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Um, and so many others. And one interesting story I must tell you. Many years ago, I started a community, and we were networking on LinkedIn. The called the CIO Forum. I was, working with CIOs and people in the education sector. And there was a gentleman that I met back then, and due to health constraints, I stopped working for a couple of years. And when I started live streaming again, I came across him, and he has now got a live stream show as well. And I thought, wow, I mean, this is going back 20 years, and we'd never seen each other face to face. We had this relationship only strictly on LinkedIn,
Yeah.
via conversations. And now I've had the opportunity to create a different kind of relationship with him using live video, so it's amazing the opportunities that it has opened up.
It's amazing. There's another guy that I used to. I have to check on him again. Owen. I don't know if you know of Owen, and he's a great live streamer, and he started live streaming because of his cancer, and he walked people through
Owen
his
Owen
journey.
Hemseth, and he's also known as Owen Video. Yes.
Exactly. His videos are like, his live streaming, he's like, "Pow!" And I'm like, whoa, what an energy he has. I should really get in touch and see if we can really have a live stream with him because he has wealth of knowledge about live streaming and he's not afraid. He captures the camera, he doesn't care, and he gives the content that he has to give. And everybody's like, how do you do this? And he answers. Just it's a great community to be around. Like you said, you don't need to know them, but their story. He was talking about cancer, and there was another time he got scared thinking the cancer is back again. So people can relate with this thing. This is live streaming and live things. So yeah, it's a pleasure knowing you. I even call you when it's not about live stream. I was in Spain last week and I called you and we chatted for. So I'm like, so you have a friend across the continent.
Business imperfect is what it is. You know, there's no perfection in this. So show your imperfect side, um, because that's what people can relate to.
Absolutely. Rita says hello, hello Rita.
Hi, Rita.
Susanna says bonjour mesdames, bonjour. Comment allez-vous? Je pense que vous êtes au Sénégal, je pense. Bonjour. So yeah, the world, the live streaming is a fantastic place to be in, and we create the community is huge, huge. It's getting more and more, but we see more Americans now. We see the Europeans. There is also very few Asians, but Africa also it's coming up more. Nigerians. I see the Francophone community is not showing up at all. So the next edition of the marathon is going to be completely French-speaking Africans. I'm going for it. I'm coming to get you.
Wonderful, 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 wonderful.
Thank you so much for your time. It was a pleasure having you here for this complete hour and more. It's a pleasure having you as a friend that I can call at any time to ask for advice. And I hope the project that we have will serve the greater community of Africa. We're giving our time and knowledge. And I hope many people will seize the opportunity and make things happen for that continent. So thank you so much for your generosity.
A big pleasure, and I look forward to doing some more of this with you.
Thank you, Brigitte. Take good care of yourself.
Take care.
Okay.
Bye.
Bye. So that was Brigitte. Our next speaker should be up in a few minutes. Please bear with us. Let's see what's happening behind the scenes. Let's just hold on for the next speaker to come up, please. Hello, AWEEFians. Hello, Lillian Moller here again. I am swapping spaces because I think there was a confusion with time. So I hope you are having a fantastic time on this marathon, the very first edition of our marathon in 2021. We've talked about the role of African women worldwide. We've spoken about how to level up your engagement using live videos. So please make sure you listen to these live streams again. Give us your feedback. If you need help with anything, do let us know. My turn. My turn now. My turn. It's a new world and it needs a new you. COVID has taught us the unimaginable. We did not see this come. No one saw this come. No one has the solution. That's the beauty of it all. Yes, we are losing friends. We are losing family members. We are losing our children. We are losing our parents. But the beauty of it all is that no one has the solution. Be you African, European, American, no one has the solution. We are all in this together. I see there is a comment which I must take. An absolute pleasure. Thank you for watching. Thank you so much, Brigitte. That was such a very, very enjoyable moment sharing this with you. No one has a solution. We are all in this together. So we must be ready to be new again, to be reborn. Each one of us has the responsibility of coming out of this stronger. Stronger emotionally, stronger spiritually, stronger physically, stronger mentally, stronger financially. We have learned a lot in the past few months. We've been through hell in the past few months, and it's not over yet. It isn't over yet. So how do we emerge out of this stronger? How do we come out of this peacefully? How do we get out of this difficulty when some people will be stronger financially, emotionally, spiritually, and mentally? Others are broken. Where is the missing link? How do we go from broken to stronger? Personally, it's been, as much as you know what you know, it's been very difficult raising kids all alone for a choice that I did not make. It's been difficult having family members far away from me. But there is something which I do not feel ashamed talking about. Spiritually, it has been one of the best periods of my life. Because I had a feeling I was given the opportunity just to cry, just to say nothing, just to go back to my finance and say, how did I get this wrong? Or just to sit with myself and say, whoa, you've been a hot mess. So in that aspect, I will come out stronger because I've checked things out. I've made a list of where I'm good, where I'm bad. I've cut ties with people who were not supposed to be in my life. I've made new friends in different ways, and the communication is different. And I bet the same is for you. I bet this situation is for you, that if you sit down with yourself during these difficult times, you will understand and you will acknowledge the fact that you have to come out of this a new person. You need to be a new person. You cannot be the same you. The world is not going to be the same. Of course, we're going to forget what happened, but you cannot be the same person. I see the generosity of people. I see how people look, how people treat each other. There is so much beauty and change in this world. So we all must come out of this differently. But how do we do that? How do we come out of such adversity where we were all plunged in at the same time? It's even not over yet. How do we come out of this? How do we get, where do we find the energy? What have we seen? What have we explored? What has caused us so much harm? What did we acknowledge during this time? There was also some, silly things. The way we spend money, the things we buy, the cars we buy, all those things. I just had the time to question myself. And I'm sure you did the same. I'm sure you needed this period to really calm down and ask yourself, what is the essence of life? So as we struggle, you and I, wherever you are, as we struggle to find space, joy, happiness, as we struggle to identify who we are, where we are in the journey, I really want us to, as a community, to put our heads together to move things forward. It's not possible that we as a community were not capable of finding solutions or of withdrawing whenever it suits us. Yes, we must cater for ourselves. Yes, we must take care of what our problems are. Yes, we must be individuals. Yes, I agree, all of that. But this is a community. What have you done for the next person that you met in this community? What kind of connections have you created? We share our goals and aspirations in this community. How are we going to handle 2021? If it gets messier, or the projects we have, with the fundings will just disappear? Will you just back off? I understand if that happens. But does this help us get stronger out of this situation? There is a continent that's looking up to us. There is a continent that's looking up to us. Be you in Africa, be you out of Africa, you represent that continent. How are we uplifting one another? There are certain things that we did which should no longer be on the table. How are we going to get out of this situation? I have 3 ideas, 3 things I really want to share with you. And I really hope that's going to sit with you, that you're going to reflect on it, that you are really going to not give up on those dreams that you have. And that I really want you to know that you have a community that really, really cares about you. And this community also is expecting a lot from you, that you come out stronger in the sense that you know that we've got you and that you have friends in this community. The last speaker, Brigitte, she's in South Africa and I'm here. I can call anytime. We can speak anytime. That's the kind of relationship that I think we should all move towards. That's the newness that I'm talking of. That's the newness that I'm looking for. That's the newness that I want to bring to this world. Some relationships are not possible. That's perfectly fine. But please, it's a new world and it needs a new you. Some people will not change, that I get. We will come out of here, we are still crazy as we are. Perfectly so. If that's your choice, good. I wonder if you should be in this community, by the way. So these are my 3 points for you, or my strategies, how to come out of this stronger. Realign your why. Realign your why. Ask yourself, take the time to really ask yourself the question, why? With all the decisions you make, ask yourself, why? Why am I spending this money? Why am I creating this relationship? Why am I in contact with this person? Why am I fighting with these people? Why am I not getting in contact with these people? Why am I in this job? Why am I not showing up? Why am I not live streaming, like Brigitte said, to expose my business to the world? Why? Why am I still struggling financially? Why am I not happy deep down? Why do I feel not enough? Ask yourself why. Because only you can answer that question, and you have the answer. No one else can answer that question for you. The second point I would like to share with you is the amplification of digital presence and transformation. There is a specific reason why Brigitte was here. Your digital presence. And if you're already present digitally, you have to amplify. Life will no longer be the same again. Those offices that we used to go to might never happen again not in the next 24 months. No one knows. Or it might be on part-time. The world will never be the same again. But are you present in the digital space? Are you doing more to show the world who you are, what your product and services are? Are you still struggling to even craft a digital presence? Let us know. We're here for you. I'll take a comment. Like realign your why. Yeah, absolutely. Rita, you have to realign your why. It cannot be the same. No. There are certain things that becomes a priority. And others, you've got to drop them. It's no longer a priority. No longer a priority. Realign your why. Ask yourself, is this necessary? Is it making me happy? Is this what I really need at this time? Not do things by impulse or just by competition or just to please other people. We really have to realign our why. It will never be the same again. Life will never be the same again. So we must come out of this new. We must be new. We must be reborn again. If we, including me, not you, if we really want to get out of this successfully, we must be reborn again. So my second tip was the amplification and transformation and transformation of digital presence. My last tip, which AWEEF is all about, multiplication of income streams. The reason why most of us struggle the way we struggle is because we depend on one income stream or none at all. That's why we struggle. Until we learn to understand that the period in which we live in, one income stream is not possible, we're going to continue to suffer. I strongly believe in one household, both spouses should have a job. Gone are those days when you sit at home just to take care of kids. That's a prison you're putting yourself in. You can work part-time. And another thing is that most women in Africa have side jobs. So why do we keep suffering? Why do we keep struggling? Until we start using the strategies that the developed world uses, it's not going to work. It's not going to work. Some people are just working. Our parents will just work and expect to get retirement money. And when they get to the retirement time, the money is not enough. We have seen it over and over and over again. We depend on one income stream. That's why we struggle. That's why we quarrel. That's why we have grudges. That's why we fight with our children. That's why we fight with our family, because we are on one income stream. Africa has the talent. Africa has the resources to make things happen. We have to learn. We really have to learn as a community that the information we had from our parents was adequate then. Nowadays, it's no longer adequate. We have to build up momentum. We have to build up from what was handed over to us. One income stream is not possible. This is why here at AWEEF, we try to help you. We bring in different coaches from course creation, real estate, and so much, and so on and so forth, to help you craft your financial strategies that's necessary for you as an individual, because we are all different. We have different means. We are on different paths in our journey. My strategies cannot be yours. Not because I'm different, better, or whatever, or richer or poorer. No. We have different needs. We have different understanding of where we want to go. We know where we want to go. You know where you want to be in the next 5 years. I know where I want to be in the next 5 years. But you have to start to plan now. Those strategies has to be on paper now. One income stream would only frustrate you. So what are other kinds of income streams that you could start creating today? What other objectives could you work on that could make you move to the next level, that could make you appreciate your own life and reduce stress? It is your life. It's your responsibility. You owe it to yourself. How could we be of service to you? You have a 9 to 5, please keep it. You have a spouse who brings enough money home, keep it. But please get a job or start a business. You have ideas and you want to do an evergreen, let us know so we can help you. Yes, reorganize, realign ourselves and have our vision for the rest of the time until exactly. 5-year plan. We all need to create a 5-year plan. It's very difficult for us to see plan materialize in 1 year. 2 years, okay. 3 years, you're getting into it. 5-year plan. We need to create a 5-year plan. So as I wish you all a healthy 2021, as I still keep my commitment to come up here, help you craft your strategies that are meant for you only. Your life is your life, not mine. But this is a community of amazing people. Amazing people. Don't let yourself down, because we are offering what you need. We give advice. We send you to the right people. We help you craft what you need with the means that you have. Seize this opportunity. I see that we have Dr. Pauline Long, who is already waiting for us. Thank you so much for your time. It's really a pleasure spending this 4 hours with you. I hope we'll continue to build great friendships. I hope we'll continue to create a great community that we can serve you worldwide. We don't care where you are, US, Australia. This is your platform. We are here for you, but you cannot be the same you. You cannot be the same you. We all have to pivot. Business or no business. But promise me one thing. Promise me one thing. Just this one thing. Start thinking of it if you think you don't have the means yet. Just this one. Start thinking of how you want to create a second income stream this year. This year. I've got you. I've got you. Now to our next speaker. Dr. Pauline Long is with us. Give us a few minutes and yeah. Hello.
Hi, how are you?
Good. I'm so sorry. We have a misunderstanding of the time, the UK time and my time. So I'm so great. I know I'm a blessed woman, you know. My friends, they just, you know, you want us to come? Okay, we come. What time
Yeah.
is it? UK time? And she's here. Thank you so much for your love. I cannot express how much. I just have you as this person I look up to. 289 awards.
Yeah.
I'm like, for God's sake, what in the world? When was she born? I mean, by the time she is 45, 50, you will be having thousands of awards.
I know, but it's just about being appreciated and accepting it, you know?
We love you.
Oh,
You
thank
are
you.
gold. You are gold to the continent. We really love you. You are gold.
Thank you. And I'm sorry, I thought we were in the same country, then I remembered, oh no, we're not in the same country.
No. But don't
We-
worry. Once
We feel
COVID
close,
is
so
over.
I said we feel very close, so the distance doesn't matter.
No, absolutely not. How are things in the UK?
Of course, we're on lockdown, but we're living our best lives as best as we can.
Yeah.
You know, some industries are still open. I'm in the film industry, of course, we're still open. I'm actually at work at the moment as we speak.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I'm in my little office, you know. So we're just grateful that, you know, we're still here, we're still alive despite the pandemic. And so we just do our best.
That's all we've got.
Yes.
And we've got friendships. You know, we have great people that we can call and talk to anytime. That
Exactly.
helps a lot.
Exactly. And how are you guys there?
We're good. Snow, we have a lot of snow. And
Oh, really?
yeah. We have a lot of snow, but quiet. It's weekend.
Yes.
And God is good. Can't complain.
Amen. Wonderful.
Can't complain. Our purpose is calling us. You know, when I started preparing this marathon and I asked for your help to come as a speaker, and you said, sure. And I'm like, then I got scared after I answered. Then I said to myself, what have you done?
Yeah, well, it's gone like that.
Now I have to find a way. And I said, what is she going to talk about? And I said, you know what?
Yeah.
Tomorrow is another day. There is always, you need the night to, you know, to get your mind together of what you've done, you did the day before.
Yes.
So I am truly blessed to know you.
I'm honored as well. You're such a warm spirit.
The way you share love across the platforms, the continent, the widows you take care of in Africa, the kids you educate. How many kids do you educate again? 180?
Yeah, so now is a total of that, yes. Yeah, so different parts of Africa, so paying school fees for them, because I think that education is key and everybody deserves it. And I really wish I could do more, especially this time of pandemic, you know. If I could do more, if I could get more out there and educate more, that would be amazing. Because when you educate one person, just one person, whether it's a boy or a girl, you've educated a whole generation, the next generation, the next generation to the next. It's just there's the ripple effect. You haven't just educated one person, because this one person will, you know, have a family that will descend to another family, to another family, and another family. So just that one person. That's why I always say that even changing one person's life you are actually literally not just changing that one person, you've changed a whole lot of people, a whole queue of people, a whole bunch of people that wouldn't have had anything. But you turned up, you one person, and picked one person to change their life. You've done a whole lot. It's better to do one person than nothing, than nobody.
Exactly. But
Yeah.
180, my dear, 180. 9900, 1, 2, 3, 20, 36, 70, 80.
Yes.
It's unbelievable. That is unbelievable.
Yeah, but I'm just being very modest because, as I said, I can do more. You know, with God's blessings, I want to do more. With people's blessings, I want to do more.
Good evening, Dr. Pauline Long
Good evening.
from Belgium.
Oh, how are you? Good evening from London.
It's amazing. It's amazing the support that you give to the community. I mean, I look up to you and I'm like, okay, I'm just at the beginning of my own journey and my own purpose, right? But we all know or think we know what our purpose is. So please give us a definition. What is the definition of a purpose to you?
So purpose to me is, you know, when your mother and father conceive you and they give birth to you, you know, I mean, in the African family, sometimes they'll say they want a girl so that the girl will always, you know, support, or they want a boy so the boy will always support in this way and that way. Your parents, when they're giving birth to you, mostly they already feel that they have a purpose for you, that you serve a purpose. But what about you? What's your purpose? When you think about asking what's your purpose, the next question that comes to mind is, why am I here? Why did I get out of bed? Whether you got out of bed at 4 in the morning or 5 in the morning or 6 in the morning, why did you get out of bed? What is the purpose? What's your purpose? Why did you get out of bed? You know? So discovering who you are. I'm not saying who you are is an entrepreneur, who you are is a philanthropist, who you are is a leader. When somebody asks you to describe yourself, I mean, it's just that inner self. Who are you? What are you passionate about? Where do you belong? What's your mission? What's your vision? What are you curious about? You know, so when you think about purpose, these are some of the things you think about. You think, okay, what is my passion? What do I really love to do? You know, sometimes when you hear people saying, I really love my job,
Yeah.
you know, it means actually that's their purpose. The job is not just paying for their rent or paying their pension or paying for their meal on the table for their family. The job is something, when somebody says they really love their job, it's their lifestyle, it's what they live for, because maybe it changes other people's life. And that, in essence, that's your purpose. You're changing people's life. And then when you think about your purpose as well, you think belonging. Where do you belong? Where do you belong? And I'm not saying belonging from your village. I mean, I'm originally from Kenya, you know, so I belong to my village in Kenya. You know, it's Mirogi. It's called Mirogi. No, that's not what I'm talking about. I mean, you're from Cameroon. So when somebody asks you, where do you belong? Again, with that, you think about your purpose. Where do you belong? What space do you belong to spiritually, peacefully? Where do you belong? Are you a chaotic person, or are you that person who's got inner peace within you? Is that where you belong, with peace, or do you belong with chaos? You know. And then again, when you think about your purpose, what's your purpose? Is what's your mission?
Yes. Yes.
What is
Yes.
your mission? And when you think about your mission is, what is your end goal? Are you just waking up in the morning to eat your breakfast? Wait for lunch, eat your lunch, wait for dinner, eat your dinner, wait for supper, eat your supper, and then go to bed? Yeah. And do the same thing over again. Jump out of bed the next day in the morning, go to work, or go to college. When you finish college, get a job, get married, retire, wait to die. Is that your mission? Like something that has been curated for you by the society? It's about finding really what is your mission, apart from what they've told you. You have to brush your teeth in the morning and have your breakfast. Have your breakfast, yeah. Do you know what I mean? And then wait for lunchtime. What is your mission? I mean, these are things that, okay, have been laid out by the society, but what's your mission? What's your end goal? And then what's your vision? Like, can you see where you're going? Have you got your glasses on? Can you really see, or are you blinded? You know what I mean? Where are you heading? Where are you heading? Do you have a path? Yes, you do have a path, because God has given everybody a path. Yeah. It's up to you whether you want to neglect it, to overgrow weeds, up to you. And that's when I say, that's when something called jealousy. People that are jealous, these are people who, they have their paths as well, just like me, but they've neglected the paths. Yeah.
Yeah.
Instead, they're looking over the fence to look at the neighbor's fence to see what's growing in the neighbor's garden. Meanwhile,
That green grass.
yeah, meanwhile, they have their own garden that's growing weeds. Yeah. It's not healthy. Yeah. So that's what I'm saying. Where are you heading? What's your vision? Where are you heading with your purpose, with why you're here on earth? And then when you think of purpose again, you think curiosity. You think, what can you achieve today? Okay, they said I'm a good musician, but what else can I do? Okay, they said I'm an incredible fashion designer, but what else can I do if I go out there and discover? They say I'm a fantastic author, but what else can I do? They say I'm an incredible filmmaker. What else can I do? They say I'm a wonderful midwife. What else can I do? It's about curiosity. What else can you do in finding your purpose on earth? We haven't just been born to say, you know what, hi, I'm Dr. Pauline Long. I'm a lecturer at the University of so and so and so, and this is it. No, we've been born as human beings to do whatever we can do, whenever we can do, wherever and whenever. So it's about, again, when you find your purpose, when you know what your purpose is, you can go a long way to achieve so much. I say this all the time, that if my time came to die, I wouldn't fight, because that's my time. And I wouldn't lie there saying, I wish I did this, I wish I did that, because I've almost done everything I set out to do. I just go and do it. Just do it. The Nike, let me build the Nike, Nike logo or whatever
We
they
are
say.
really on a marathon.
Do
The speaker before said Nike, and now you're saying Nike. Man, let's just do this thing, Let's just do it.
Let's just do it. Let's just do it. Whatever consequences are coming ahead, I will deal with them when I get there.
Yeah.
Let's just go into the unknown. I believe into going into the unknown. If I was to go on the 10th floor and God forbid something happened and then I fell over because I'm trying to chase this thing that I don't know. You know what? Even if I fell over from that floor, there's a doctor down there waiting for me. You know what I mean? So it's you're going into the unknown. You're going in there not knowing why you're going in there, but you're coming out with some knowledge. Going into the unknown, coming out with the known. That's another way of finding your purpose, because you can't find your purpose when you're static, when you're sitting in the same place, when you are doing the same pattern, the same thing every day, using the same toothbrush every day at the same time, the same toothpaste. You cannot.
And by the way, that toothbrush, we have to change it after 6 months. So you have
Yeah,
to reinvent
and some people forget to change it,
or to change
So,
before.
yeah, and again, with finding your purpose, you need the two, what I call is the double D's. Yeah.
Okay.
So that's the dedication and determination, the double D's.
Yeah.
Like dedication to do whatever you've set out to do, like with dedication, with passion, with love, however challenging, just do it.
Yeah.
And determination, even if there's a tsunami coming, even if there's an inferno, there's a blaze coming, you're still going to do it. You're still determined to do it. You're still determined to achieve what you set out to achieve. And that is, you're feeding your purpose.
Yeah.
And then eliminating these four things that I think sometimes can be a hindrance. I mean, they can hinder your purpose. Fear, number one, eliminate fear. Number two, eliminate self-doubt. Number three, eliminate self-criticism.
Yeah.
Like you're criticizing yourself as if somebody's paying you to do that. And then number four, you're not giving yourself credit at all. You're always criticizing yourself. Why? Who's paying you? Whose payroll are you on? Bill Gates? No, you're not. So stop criticizing yourself. And then the last one is connect with people. Connect with people. Connect.
You are the average of the 5 people you're surrounded by.
I am telling you, connect with people.
I'm hanging on your back, lady. I'm hanging. I'm not connecting. I'm hanging.
I'm telling you. And so, let me just, in conclusion about purpose, the other thing is about your purpose, your contribution in the society, whether small or big, matters. Your contribution in the society really and truly matters. Seriously, whether it's small and whether it's big, it matters. And then your feelings as a person, as a being, as a human being, matters as well. And finally, you, my dear friend, my dear family, my dear colleague, any human being out there, you matter so much. You matter. You incredibly matter. You are treasure. You are beyond diamond or platinum. You matter. And when you think about yourself that way, your purpose will automatically flow. And this year, as much as it seems like it's another year of separation, and people are finding it difficult to live, difficult to survive, it is actually challenging times, we have to admit. But it is also a year of connection. It is a year of connection. Even though we're separated, the pandemic has separated many of us, in isolation, we really, really still ought to connect. So in conclusion about purpose, I want to say something about the 3 C's. Yeah, I've already said the double D's.
Yes.
Determination, and dedication. Now, 3 C's that are really important during this time, because times are changing. We're not going to go back to the way, we were. We will never go back. It will never be the same. So, conceive. The first C is conceive. The second C is collaborate. And the third C is connect. So
Yeah.
conceive where you are in your own little room, your own large room, or in your garden, or whatever you are during this pandemic. Conceive an idea. Conceive something, because yes, you can. You did it before the pandemic. You can do it in the middle of the pandemic and after the pandemic. Conceive. Then, after you've conceived, go to the second C. Bring out your idea. Bring it out. You've conceived it. Bring it out now and go for the second C. Collaborate. Collaborate, because you're not going to do this alone, my friend, my darling, my sister, my brother. It is not the time to do this alone on your own. You're not going to be on that island on your own. So collaborate. And then after collaborating with incredible people, which I must say, there are so many amazing people in this world. Look,
Yes.
I am speaking to my beautiful sister Lillian, and
Me
we have never
too.
met, and I feel the connection, and I love her so much. You know,
Yeah, I love it too, Dr. Pauline.
I'm telling you.
Yeah.
So collaborate. So after collaborating, after the second C, let's go to the third C. Connect. Connect with the rest of the world. They're waiting for what you've conceived and collaborated in. Now go and connect with the rest of the world, which is only a click away. Only a click away.
Yeah. Yeah. You make life so easy. Determination, connect, collaborate. And I'm like, this is all, we need to hear this.
Yes. Because at this time, many people are, sitting on their own and asking themselves, why am I here? I might as well give up. I don't want to do it anymore. And I'm thinking, no, you are going to do it, because you can do it. Yes, we are in the mix with the pandemic, but it's not going to stop us. We're unstoppable. Absolutely unstoppable. Because we have the double Ds,
Yes.
and we have the triple C's.
Yes. This is really worth sharing. It's amazing. And Phyllis from Kenya say, yes, conceive, collaborate, connect.
Yes, absolutely. Go and do that. Go for it.
Exactly.
Yeah. So I think that's all for talking about purpose.
Yeah.
And I hope I've explored as much as I can.
Oh,
so
more than enough. We needed this to something to shake us up.
Yeah.
With all that you've done, how did you find your own purpose?
How did I find my own purpose?
Yeah, because it can be costly sometimes, it can be time consuming, it can be rewarding. But how do we go about, crafting? How did you find yours? How did you mold everything up for it to be so beautiful? You have all these things you're doing, I'm
Yes.
like, how do you manage?
So first of all, I say, I am not lucky to be alive. No. Because I think using the word lucky is the wrong word to use. So what about my friends and relatives that didn't make it? What about the ones that are not here? Does it mean that they were unlucky? No. So I say I am happy to be alive. And when my time comes to go, I will not fight. But before that time comes, I will fight for 3 things. I will fight for my space. I will fight for my peace, and I will fight for my human love.
Yeah. Space, peace, human love.
That's it. These three things have helped me find my purpose and be who I am today.
It's a beautiful legacy. It's beautiful. It's beautiful.
Yes. So I don't worry about where am I going to get the time. Like today, I'm not going to worry about where am I going to get the time. We're on set, and there's quite many people on set downstairs. I'm supposed to be there, but I'm thinking, no, I will find time to do this. So I don't worry about. I just get on with things. I just get on with things and just do it. Just do it.
Yeah. We have 3 comments. We've been putting comments on this. Okay, it's Phyllis. She's from Kenya. She says conceive, connect, collect. There's collaborate. I think you got there's collaborate. Great, well elaborated. Yes, conceive. Yeah, she corrected herself. She got it. Yeah. No, this is Rita from. She's in the US. She's watching from Minnesota, I think. Rita is watching from Minnesota.
Yes.
And Phyllis is watching from Kenya. Phyllis is an amazing lady who was requesting funding for a project because of COVID, she had to pivot. We had fundings requested, and the person withdrew. So we're still working on her case, and I'm just looking at how I can really
see how we can. Yes.
Don't worry, baby. We will get you something.
Yes.
And there is Modi from Belgium. So US, Belgium, Kenya.
Wonderful.
Exactly. Connect. Is that not what you said? 3 C's?
Yes. 3 C's, connect. Conceive, collaborate, connect. Yes.
How do we know, some of us know what the purpose is, but what are some of the signs for those who are still in between, when you think it's an obligation, it's a job? At what point do you really know? For me, when I know this is a purpose, like AWEEF, it's a purpose for me. It's like it's almost natural. It's normal to do it. I don't push myself. I don't question myself. Sometimes I get frustrated because you want people to be proactive, to be.
Yes.
Then it doesn't happen that way. So I know what my own signs are. But how can we explain to others what their purpose might be? What are some of those signs that are within each one of us, which can really tell us this is a purpose?
So, first of all, you need to find your inner self. You need to find your inner peace. If there's a lot of chaos around you, if there's a lot of chaos inside of you, it's going to be very difficult to find who you really are and your purpose. So it's about the journey of finding inner peace first. It's not even nothing to do with money. Purpose has got nothing to do with money.
No.
It's got nothing to do with your career. It's got nothing to do with how many followers you have. It's just find your inner peace. Once you find that inner peace, once you remove all the noise from around you, going inside of you, you will then create space to find your purpose, to know your purpose. And I know sometimes, we live a chaotic life for a long time, and then maybe you're later in life, that's when you find your purpose. It's fine. It's okay to find it later in life. You found it anyway. It's finding your inner peace sometimes can be a journey because of the environment that you lived in or environment that you are at the moment. They can be a barrier to finding your inner peace, which block finding your purpose. So I'd encourage whoever is watching, whoever's listening, to first of all find your inner peace, discover exactly who you are. And even if you discover yourself, and then suddenly you start painting, and then you start painting on day one, you're painting this, you're coming out with different wonderful concepts. The next day it's like you're wondering, whoa, I'm in my 50s and I'm just painting. Where's all these ideas coming from? It's not even ideas. It's you're just finding you are at peace with yourself, and you've just found yourself, and now you're free to explore and do anything and everything that you want to do, things that you have chosen to do. Whether somebody else will turn up and say, wow, that is so hard, how are you going to do it? That's difficult, how are you going to do it? And then because it's your purpose, it's not difficult, because it's your purpose. That's what you want to do. It's not difficult. You're staying up all night painting, and somebody will be like, gosh, you need to go to sleep. You need some sleep. But you're like, no, I need to finish this painting.
Yeah.
Because you have found your purpose in that. There's something in you
inexplicable
that you cannot explain to anybody. There's something in me that I cannot explain to anyone, why I'm distributing sanitary pads to girls in Africa, why I'm helping elderly women in Africa, why I'm paying school fees for orphans in Africa. There's something in me that when people ask me why I do things like that, I can't explain. Because you can never, ever explain your purpose. It just flows and you just do it.
Absolutely. Absolutely. We have Rita from Minnesota has a question. How do you find like-minded people to connect and collaborate with? And by the way, Rita, I've just shared the link. If you would like to come live on camera, click on that link and you can connect with Dr. Pauline Long live. Anyone who wants to come join, this is the time. She said, connect, collaborate, come.
Yes.
The link is shared. So how do you find like-minded people to connect and collaborate with?
So I am generally somebody that's quite open, and I love humanity. I have my love for humanity knows no boundaries. And I don't treat people as strangers. And I think the number one thing is just do not treat people as strangers. Once you have it that way, you can identify somebody and contact them. And just treat them as if it's not business. Treat them as it's family. We are family. Once I want to do business with you, once I want to collaborate with you on anything, I'm going to treat you as family. You're special. We're going to be locking brains together.
Yeah.
That is special. You're a special person. I don't want to treat you as a stranger. So I think you need to sort of like try to be open-minded. Try to treat people with like with human love, and just be welcoming, because that way you can connect with anybody, anywhere. And then people will also draw, towards you, and they'll be like, wow, this is somebody I want to connect with, if not for what I'm doing, but just to connect, It's not always connecting about collaborations. Sometimes you need to speak to someone. Sometimes you're connecting on a personal level. And the pandemic has shown us that we don't really have to see people physically to feel their love, to feel that they're in for us, to feel that they have our backs. We can still do it virtually. So it's about just let yourself loose, learn to trust. I'm not saying go out there and trust everybody, because there's a lot of evil minds out there as well. There's a lot of jealousy. There's a lot of, but also some of these people, how you treat them is you don't hate them. Actually, you don't even try to show them that even you can be on their level. No, you treat evil with greatness. That way they can see your greatness and they can also try. So I think the number one thing is the openness, and then don't treat people as strangers. Have compassion, human love, exercise your greatness. Some of the greatest people will not be shy to approach people and say, hey, I like what you're doing, let's let's do it together. What can I do? How can I contribute? And when somebody else approaches you as well, you have that attitude, that open attitude as well. You start a conversation just as you're speaking to a member of your family. Because I don't believe in strangers.
That's a great way to look at it.
Yeah.
That's really amazing. And sorry, that's the link for anybody who would like to join. Rita says, how do you find like-minded people? I think you should know yourself, the things that you are attracted to, the things that you like as a person, the things that you admire as a person. Once you can identify those things, you start looking for people who have that kind of attitude like you, people who do the things that you think are worthy, because we do not have the same definition of worthiness. So when you identify those stuff, I think you kind of know in which direction to go. She has another question, and she says, sometimes the mindset or world view can be a barrier to connecting to other African sisters in our community abroad. People are more comfortable connecting with people from their country of origin and find it difficult to reach out across country boundaries. Not for me. For me, it's exactly the opposite.
No, it's actually the opposite for me.
Exactly.
I can honestly tell you that if I went to any African country today, I will never be stranded. I know somebody from that country. No, I'm telling you, I will never be stranded. I always say that, and people think I'm joking. It's true. The database of people I know that I now call brothers and sisters across the continent and outside the continent, I will never be stranded. So again, it's about you opening your heart, opening your mind, and just being a free spirit and knowing that you're in this one world where people can relate with each other. And also, it's not even about finding the like-minded people. It's not even about that, because sometimes somebody needs as a leader, community leader, or somebody needs your help, but they're not like-minded. But you as a leader, you have to reach out to that person.
Yes.
You have to go and serve, whether you like the person or not, because that's what true leaders do. So it's not about finding the like-minded people. It's about you as an individual. Are you all able to open your mind and be open and not treat people as strangers? And just approach, I don't know which country Rita's from, but, just approach somebody from a different country and say, I like what you do. How can I contribute to it? How can I be part of it? Now, that's your leadership.
Yeah.
That's your leadership speaking, And once you have that, then there will never be a barrier. There will never be a time when you're looking for like-minded people, because I'm telling you, if you're going to go out there to look for like-minded people, it's going to be a long journey. Long journey.
So I understand what you mean. It's like you're narrowing down your search too much.
Yes. Yeah.
And Phyllis says, makes perfect sense. Don't treat people as stranger. Thank you so much for this.
You're welcome.
Yeah, it's talking to other people, the way when somebody else explains what is going on in your own mind, you see things differently.
Absolutely. And that's why it's good to come together, so that you can get different perspectives.
Exactly. Now, going back to our purpose again and all the noise in Africa. In one part, you said, try to find your calm, your peace. There was so much noise in Africa that sometimes you get lost in this routine. And that's why I believe that the idea of purpose is not really inculcated in the people. So we have all what we need. We have talented people. Africans are open-minded. They are not, but persistence is a key component here.
Yes.
How can we educate the younger generation? Because sometimes when you reach a certain age, it's kind of difficult to convince people or to convince your own self. So now let's take the younger generation. These people are our future. How can we educate the younger generation on persistence so that they can truly follow their purpose once they've identified what that purpose is?
So I think that it's important that we bring the younger people into conversations, into rooms and into round tables where we are discussing, general issues about life, whether it's leadership, finding your purpose, finding who you are. It's very important that we include them in this conversation so they know. But the issue at hand is maybe we're not including them as much as we should.
Yeah.
So the first solution is to include the young people. That way they will learn firsthand from us. They will learn from what we're doing. And also, very important, that we should learn to pass on the baton to the younger people, not take on the leadership mantle and stick with it for life. If we can pass the baton, that would be amazing.
Yeah. And this, we've seen it with presidents. We don't want to go. Once we have it, we don't want to leave power. And also this generational. In Africa, it's very difficult for certain generation to pass on information to the next generation. We hold on to it. And how do we break this? Okay, we have to include the younger generation, but we are still alive. We are still young.
Yes. How do we involve the younger generation? Is that what?
And also, at one point, both generations have to talk.
Yes.
And we have to give them what they need to be a better generation than we are.
Yes. Okay, so I think that first of all, giving them the positions from an earlier age, giving them those leadership positions from an earlier age, and also in education, giving them that free platform to explore as well. Because I think as growing up, a lot of young people are being told, okay, you can only be seen and not heard. So putting them in positions whereby they are able to take leadership mantle from a very, very early age.
Yeah. I tell my kids, start young. So when you're older, you don't have to struggle about it. It becomes a habit.
Yeah.
It becomes a habit. Our African culture doesn't give the younger generation the space to become the people that they are meant to be. We are already telling them this is what you will become.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think it's us changing our mindset as well.
Yes.
As adults,
yes.
Knowing that every generation changes, times move. What our grandparents did back then is not the same thing our parents did. What our parents did is not the same things that we did. What we're doing is not the same things that our children will do. So it's about giving that freedom for growth and understanding that generations are different and times change.
Completely agree. You and I, we understand the concept of purpose, and you've given a really concrete definition of purpose. But due to the poverty level in Africa, purpose is far-fetched. The word purpose itself, how can we educate the mass? Then it becomes an individualistic, then they will think it's, so how do we educate the mass to understand that each individual is contributing to something? And as long as we try to do that something as a community, that's not the purpose.
And again, I'm sorry, but I'm going to go back to us as adults, as African adults. We have not given that good example.
Yes.
Or rather, the people that came before us did not give us that good example. Exactly. Take, for instance, now let's say during elections times, in Africa. So a leader will see it fit to give youth some money, to vote, or buy a bag of rice for some women or sugar so that they can buy the votes, So we're in a culture whereby we're buying everything. We're buying love. We're buying knowledge. We're buying, I mean, like, for example, what I do in Africa, like educating these kids and helping the older women, it's something that I think that everybody should do. And it should just come out as something natural and normal that we should all do. I shouldn't be, people should pat me on the back to say, wow, you're doing amazing. You're doing great. No, it's something that we all need to do. We all need to, stick up for each other, be there for one another, know that, no man is an island, no man is an island. So I think it's from how we've been brought up. We've been brought up to see that certain people are more important than certain people because maybe of their family names or maybe because of the wealth that they have. It's trying to break that thought process that we've been brought up with, trying to break that and trying to let them know that, you know what, you actually matter. You're valued. It doesn't matter what your surname is. It doesn't matter what tribe you come from. It doesn't matter whether your family is wealthy or not. It doesn't matter the amount of education you have, your degree, your masters, your PhDs. You still matter. You're still valued. Your purpose on earth is still valued. It's nothing to do with any material wealth, any education that you've accumulated. It's just that you matter. And once you know that you matter, the person next to you will definitely matter. And you will definitely treat the person next to you with respect because you know this person matters. And then, you will definitely see like the conflicts that we have, in Africa, like maybe the tribal conflicts.
Yes.
For instance, in Congo, the conflicts, with the minerals, the rape that's going on. I mean, no brother will rape a sister if they knew their purpose. They will protect the sister. So it's about them knowing who they are first, how they matter, no matter how small the village they come from, how poor they lived a life, they still matter. So I think it's about us helping them finding their purpose first, not actually knowing that they matter.
Yes.
And really matter. I don't care if you have a house where your roof is leaking. You matter. Your life is valued, and you should be respected, and you be treated with respect. Why do you want to treat somebody who has a big mansion with respect, who has a fleet of cars with respect, and then because you don't have that, you think you don't deserve respect? I think that's where it comes down to. People just don't see purpose because they don't value themselves, because they see valuing themselves as amount of wealth that you've accumulated.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'm making sense.
It's really such it's you're making lots of sense, which is really it really resonates, and it's resonate to the point of pain. Where that's why I'm just sitting on where human love, human contact has boiled down to one thing. And that's why it's so painful that we don't see other aspects around a person, their feelings, their aspirations, where they came from, what they like, what they dislike. And all of this has been squished down to one thing.
Take for instance mental health. In Africa back then, I don't know if it's changing now, but if you have somebody in your family that's suffering that, the whole village will point, oh, there's witchcraft there, their grandparents probably killed somebody, or it's like and I don't blame them. I see them as they don't know who they are, they don't value themselves, that's why they don't value their neighbor. They don't know who they are. They haven't found their purpose, their inner peace. Because if you do, you're going to value your neighbor. You're not going to talk that way about somebody with mental health or a disability. You're going to say their family is cursed just because there's somebody disabled in that family. And let's not even touch, what about the families, the women that, you know, once their husband die, they're kicked out of the home.
Yes,
Look
yes,
at
yes,
that.
yes, yes, yes.
See,
Yeah.
these are people that they don't know anything about purpose. They don't respect purpose. They will treat people this way. There is no way you, Lillian, you know your purpose. You're going to treat anybody like that.
Yeah, yeah,
They need to find their purpose first.
yeah, yeah.
Mhm.
But this is how the community there live, and this is where
This can change. This can change. We can just break the mold by carrying on to do good, showing them that we're doing good. I know sometimes when we do good, we don't want to put it out there. I mean, that's why when you
yes,
me of, you know, all the videos and that, I can't put it out there because people sometimes say, oh, you know, why is she putting all these things out there? I can't. Even just recently, you know, so many women, I supported them, but I don't put it out there.
you protect them. You
I
protect.
protect them, but I would just talk about, yes, this is what I've done and that. Yeah. But
No, that's
I
a
think,
valid thing you've said. I
Mhm.
was in a group and there's somebody who has a program and everything, and I said, "Can you promise me that you will protect my women?"
yes. Mm-hmm.
And no, it's a program. If they want, then we can. I said, "Can you promise me that you can
Yes.
protect?" What kind of protection do they need? They buy the program, they do this, they do that, and I said, "Okay, I'm
Yes.
not working with you. You have no ethics," knowing that the culture in which these women live does not permit them yet to be exposed. I can't work with you. So that's a very valid point you've just said.
Mm-hmm. Because I think also, how did we know about Mother Teresa? How did we know Mother Teresa fed all these people? Somebody took pictures and showed us what she did. That's why until today people are talking about Mother Teresa. So sometimes people need to show the good that they do so that other people in the community can see that,
And continue.
so
Yeah.
so we can also go and do this in our community. You know, and also so that other people can see that, there are people in our community being helped. I need help as well. You know, so
If it's
I
you,
know,
if
I
the
know I
intention,
don't. So I know I
sorry,
don't show everything. I know I don't show everything that I do. Sometimes I show some that I do, but really and truly, if you do
I
all these
get,
great things,
I get your point.
if you do
I
all great
understand.
things, don't be scared of showing. But obviously, sometimes you have to ask permission to show. Ask permission to show, but don't be scared of showing the good that you do, because this is how we knew that Mother Teresa used to do good. How did we know? Somebody took pictures and put it out there. And up to today, everybody still hails Mother Teresa as the greatest humanitarian, even though there's some humanitarians out there still.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
So that way, we're teaching communities that, listen, you can go and reach out to someone as well. I've reached out to someone. Please go and reach out to someone.
Yeah, amazing. I've just shared the link to right here. So if anyone would like to donate to the girls that you're supporting, please feel free to do so. Rita said, I just tried to connect, but I'm having issues. Do I need to stop streaming? No, just we saw you. You stay there and we'll bring you on screen, Rita. To
Yeah.
come back again. We saw you and you ran away. We're waiting for you. You have a last chance to pick her brain because she has to go. I heard the door knocking a while ago.
Yeah.
Stigma in Africa is so real. I have gone through the same with my daughter who is able differently, but through her, so many children have been accepted by their parents and the society around them. I believe that's part of her purpose.
Oh, and I have to say thank you very much for, not hiding your daughter. and bringing your daughter out and bringing her story as an example that's now changing other children's lives, that is absolutely amazing. That alone, you've done something great for the society. You've brought a problem that's being swept under the carpet over the table, you know, and you've saved some families, you've saved some children. That is incredible. That's incredible, Phyllis.
Well done.
Mm-hmm.
Rita, we're waiting for you. What's your biggest dream for Africa?
My biggest dream for Africa is not that we become the wealthiest in terms of wealth and diamond and gold and animals. We already have that.
Yeah, exactly.
My biggest dream is for us to realize, honestly, let's just go back to this, our purpose.
Back to square one. Exactly.
Back to square one. It's simple, because once we know our purpose, that's it. It's a done deal.
Yeah.
Done deal. Everything is done. Everything will be in place. Everything will be in place. You know, in this day and age, I shouldn't be from the United Kingdom helping 60 elderly women that have been abandoned. There should be a system in place.
Yes.
But the system is not in place. Yeah. It's not in place to look after these people. It's not. So, purpose, as whether they are leaders, whether they're church leaders, you know, institution leaders, you know, religious leaders, community leaders, we all need to just find a purpose. We all need to find a purpose. And I think the greatest purpose is to serve our people. That's my biggest dream for motherland. That is, I said, I don't care about the diamonds and the golds and that. We already have them.
We're already there. It's already there.
And they're coming back this way. They're coming back this way. Yeah, we already have them. They're coming back this way, where these people are using them for their own purpose. Listen, in the United Kingdom alone, we have over 300 charities, registered charities. Yeah, I'm just saying for the London Marathon. Yeah, you even have charities for cats and dogs and rats, everything, you name it. Yeah, so this country is not built alone based on the government. Also charities.
Yes.
Yeah,
yes.
Charities also build this country. So I'm saying in Africa, we need to do the same.
Exactly.
And let's not just rely on government.
Yeah.
Let's also rely on genuine NGOs, genuine charities, people that give back. There needs to be a C philanthropists, entrepreneurs and philanthropists in the event. 2 people. Forget the leaders. Let's keep the leaders first. Entrepreneurs and philanthropists, because as an entrepreneur, that's when you become a philanthropist. You can't give back what you don't have.
Yeah.
There needs to be a C. Like, that's my dream.
Yeah. And it's a generous continent. But we're just using it. You look at the culture itself. It's a generous continent. You know? But breaking this cycle and speaking our truth, it's such a difficult thing. But what I've learned from you today is maybe not saying anything. Just do it.
Just go and do it. Don't even talk. Don't talk. Just do it. And you changing one person's life, you've changed a lot of people's lives. Not the one person that you reached out to. It's a ripple effect, like a domino. You change a chain of people. Yeah. Just do it. You just need to adopt that attitude.
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
It's such a pleasure having you as a friend, as someone I can just talk to. I'm coming with you on the project for Africa in my own little way. And if anybody here would like to donate, I've shared the link, and I will be sharing more information about Dr. Pauline Long. Just do it, she says. Who is going to have the courage to just do it this year? Yes. Please do one thing for me. Just do it. It's
Yeah.
such a pleasure having you. Really, a great pleasure having you, and your support to our community is beyond measures. Thank you so much for your time. We have one more comment from Rita. This is a great conversation. Thanks, ladies. This is a hard work, but we need to take the advice. Just Nike should pay us.
Yeah.
We should get paid by Nike.
Yes. Yes, it's a lot of hard work, but who wants easy anyway? You want to talk about it at the end of it. You want one day sit somewhere and narrate a story. A story that's just talking about this was easy, will end in 1 minute. That's no story. You want to talk about the real struggles. You want to inspire somebody out there. So you want to go and do it so that one day you come out and talk about, first of all, the struggles, then the victory. And then don't forget to celebrate the victory.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. Don't give up, guys. Just do it. And if you need us, if you need help in any way, mindset, connection, collaboration, drop us a line. We're here for you. We are here to uplift one another. This is your community. Share this live stream out with your family and friends. We are going to be doing this live stream every month for the next 1 year. We are just going to do it.
Just do it.
Absolutely.
So just reach out, connect.
Reach out.
Connect. Yes.
Exactly. Thank you so much for your time. It's been a pleasure, and I will keep in touch. Let's speak next week how we can really help those people that you're working with, because it's good to have someone who is already doing the work. It's not that easy going to another country and trying to create a new program.
Exactly.
So if we can partner, we'll do some partnership with you, collaborate with you. You see, at least there's one C.
Yes, one C there. We always have to sneak in a C in there.
Exactly. And Rita shared something. I don't know what that is. That's a link. I will have to check the link. Yes, always one of those C's. Conceive, collaborate, connect.
Yes. Thank you so much for having me. Thank you.
It was a pleasure.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a great day.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. So that was it from Dr. Long. Such an amazing conversation. Thank you so much for your time. We are almost at the end of this live stream. Don't forget the topics of today, which is le rôle de la femme africaine. S'il vous plaît, vous êtes important. Vous êtes important. And the next speaker from South Africa spoke about how we can up-level our engagement using live videos. And the third speaker, which was me, I talked about it's a new world and it needs a new you. Not sure if you remember my 3 tips, but I will share them with you again. I see there is another comment from Rita, which says, I wrote a book about connecting African women. This is what is in the link. Okay, Rita, I think you should send a message so that we can bring you here for a live stream to talk about your book, so that we can promote your book, and you can tell us what's in your book, what gave you the idea, and how you think this book can really help other African women, because we need such books. So please message us right now. We'll find time for you for a live stream so we can talk about your book and your business. This is your platform, lady. So come up here, tell us what you have to tell us so we can spread the word for you. It's almost time. In a few minutes, it's going to be time for me to stop the live stream. Thank you really so much for not forgetting who you are, for not forgetting the importance of this platform, and for spreading the word. I really appreciate you. I really appreciate all your feedback. Rita says, I will. You are welcome anytime. When you're ready, just message us. We'll find space for you. We are looking for investors. We are looking for investors to invest in African women businesses. We badly need funds to help women start their own business. If we go back to one of the points which I shared to you today about income streams, you will understand the urgency of this. You will understand the urgency of this. And I would really like you to listen again to the live stream of Dr. Pauline Long, where she really explained the importance of the 3 C's: conceive, collaborate, and connect. We are not going to be doing it alone. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. No man is an island. And now with COVID, it makes things even more difficult. It makes things more difficult. So reach out to us if you have a product. Reach out to us if you're interested in investing in products, African women products. Reach out to us if you need any kind of connection that we can put you in connection with someone who does a complementary work to yours. Alone is a form of greed, selfishness, and much more. Don't try to do it alone. Don't try. Thanks for putting this together, Lillian. Thank you very much for coming. Thank you so much. And we hope that we will continue in this light to just do it, to keep carrying out the work that we are doing, to believing in ourselves, and to collaborate with others. We want to see many more African women doing businesses together. If you believe in yourself enough, you will collaborate with others. Again, sometimes it doesn't work out. That's okay. But that's 1 time out of 10. Don't give up. Stay strong. Show up. The world is watching. And there is not enough of Africa out there. I'll take these few minutes to share again the short video from Brigitte.
You have a story that is unique, a story that needs to be heard, a story that people care about. So it can get them to stand up for what they believe in. It can inspire them to change. It can inspire them to take action. It can inspire them to care. Care enough to be the light to someone's darkness. Care enough to extend a helping hand to someone who's down and out. Care enough to call things the way they are and see them for what they could be. Your story can make a difference. Your story can save a life. Your story matters. One story changed the entire world. Your story could do the same. All you've got to do is own your story.
Welcome to my channel. This is Brigitte Limbanda from BeLive Media. Is your brand, product or service in need of some attention? With live video marketing, you can brand yourself not only locally but globally. So don't be the best kept secret in town. Embrace live video into your marketing strategy. Every day, you're competing with thousands of brands. One way to stand out and show your authentic self is through live video marketing. Embrace live video marketing into your marketing strategy and get people to know, like, and trust you. Who doesn't like a good story? Stories are a great way to share your products, goods, and services with people and for them to get to know, like, and trust you. So incorporate live video marketing into your strategy. Start somewhere, but start. You can start building an online community and following, one video at a time. Don't try to be amazing, just try to be helpful. BeLive Media advocates for responsible social media and responsible live streaming. I'm Brigitte Limbanda and we'll see you in the next broadcast. Who doesn't remember that adorable moment on BBC when Professor Robert Kelly was explaining South Koreans politics live on BBC and his two adorable children ran into the room? Don't worry about bloopers when you're making live video. It will probably make it go viral, as in this case. So show your authentic self with live video. Given a choice, most people would rather watch a quick video clip than read your story. So tell your story live or authentically using live video.
Here we are. I'm trying to share my screen again. If you haven't subscribed to our channel yet, please do so.
Can the birds survive without flying up the skies? Can the ocean freeze without flowing all the time? Can the blind man be caught to stand as witness? Can a butterfly fly higher than the bed of greatness? You see, we are born champions. We already know that we are born to lead. I'm a born champion, yes, I already know that I was born to win. I said, it's showering me, but you for me. My pocket no go empty. It's showering me, but you for me. My pocket no go empty. Say, love me, I pray. You open my way. Don't let my enemies, they begin carry me play. The blessings of my hand was to come to stay. I was born rich and I wouldn't die poor. Say, love me, I pray. You open my way. Don't let my enemies, they begin carry me play. The blessings of my hand was to come to stay. I was born rich and I wouldn't die poor. Like a born champion, we already know that we are born to lead. I'm a born champion, yes, I already know that I was born to win. I said, here I want me. It's showering me, but you for me. My pocket no go empty. Here I want me. It's showering me, but you for me. My pocket no go empty.
So that is it for our first edition of the marathon for 2021. Thank you so much for your time. I hope you had a great time. We have a few more minutes. If you have questions, I am here to answer those questions. Pick my brain. I am here for 15 more minutes and I will be off. It's going to be 4 hours straight. Just do it. We would love to hear from you. We would love some feedback from you. Thank you so much, Rita. Thank you, Phyllis. Rita in Minnesota, Phyllis in Kenya, Brigitte, South Africa. Thank you so much for your comment. Modi in Belgium, thank you very much. I appreciate you. Now I know the names off head and where people are located. Great stuff. So yeah, let's take the time to just reflect on all that has happened during these 4 hours. The 4 C's: conceive, collaborate, connect. And I shared with you all to realign your why. Realign your why. Increase your income streams. I'm just trying to find that for you because I have so many texts. Yeah, let's see. Dr. Ponyo, that was me. The first was realign your why. Amplification of digital presence and transformation. Multiplication of income streams. And Dr. Pauline Long just gave 3 C's, which were also written down by Phyllis from Kenya, which I'm trying to get for you. There they are. Conceive, connect, and collaborate. Let's take these 3 words with us. Conceive, connect, and collaborate. That's what we are all here to do, to learn from each other, to collaborate and to connect with good intentions, of course, because we've seen all sorts of collaboration, all proposals, how to collaborate, what we should and should not be. Let's respect each other. Let me just go back. We need to respect each other. We need to really come to conclusion that we are not working together as much as we should, and that it's time to stop, or to call it quit. Yeah, we can feel the 4 hours. So let me go back here. There we go. Perfect. So we have few more minutes before I get off. How was it for you? How was the experience for you? Next marathon will be in February, and it's going to be in French only. So we call on all Francophone African countries to come up. Suggest someone in your country. Probably not Cameroon. I've represented you guys. Or bring on someone Francophone from Cameroon, Ivory Coast, Senegal, Mali. Come up. Represent your country. This is your platform, and we want to talk about your businesses. We are also going to be starting a new series with Brigitte on African Women Go Live. We'll prepare everything for you. We'll help you set up your business online so you can engage more with more people from around the world. No more borders, no more traveling. We want you to go live. We want to see more and more African women doing businesses online. You have the product anyway. And if you are not able to pivot your business, we're in big trouble. We're in big trouble. Will you have closed in French version? Yes. Do you speak French? We will. We're going to do our best to serve the French community as well as. My biggest take home is to have multiple source of income. I pray that for you. One income stream is not enough. It's not enough. We've got to work on to a second income stream. Yes, we're going to have French captions as well. We're going to do our best. So that's why we need a month to prepare, but it's going to be every month. English, then we turn to French, English, French, English, French, and English, French. We have 54 countries to serve. Africa is made of 54 countries. So please send in topics which you would like us to talk about. Rita, we await for your email so we can set you up for a live stream to talk about your book. Phyllis is looking for investment for her business in Kenya. If you would like to know more about that, please do let me know. I've shared the link of Dr. Pauline Long's page where you can donate to help girls in Africa. Please do not forget the essence of one another, of collaborating, sharing with one another. You are unique. No one is going to steal anything from you. This is an African mentality. This is a poverty mindset, thinking if I share, if I show, they're going to be better than me, they're going to steal my ideas. There are so many forums. I see people changing the name of their forums from one day to the next, to African women, to this business entrepreneurship, but there is only one Lillian. There is only one CEO called Lillian Muller. So please let that not scare you. If people I mean, I wasn't born with this idea. I didn't come out of my mom's stomach and I said, I'm going to be the CEO of the African Women's Economic and Entrepreneurship Forum. No. It's because of my own struggle. It's because of other ideas that I saw, which were lacking in one or two things, and I put something together. Nobody was born with this idea of economic and entrepreneurship. It doesn't belong to you. We're all pushing ideas to make something great. We're all serving one continent called Africa. We are serving humanity. Okay, that's all to it. My takeaway is to amplify my online presence, and I will be connecting with you to make a guest. Ding, one person got. One person done. If you can be the only one this year, at least we did something this year. If we can have on each marathon one person showing up, then it will be a great year. So yes, we are here to support you, Rita. Send a message, connect with me. Sometimes I don't accept private messages on my private profile, but if you send a message at AWEEF, you directly get a response. I will connect with you. We will do what we have to do. And you want to come up here? Perfect. We'll set everything up for you. And we want to see you go live. We want to see you take your life, your business to the next level. This is your year. We've got you. Voila. Any more comments? Not for the moment. Yeah. So Rita, I've got you. Just message here at AWEEF. We're going to do what is necessary to set you up. Phyllis, we should get in touch. We've been out of contact for a while. Let's see what's possible for you this year. Continue encouraging your daughter as you do. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And as I always say, and I'll repeat myself, you are the star that makes the difference. The world needs you. Show up. Show up. I'm giving 4 hours of my time, not because I have too much time, but it's simply because we need to have this conversation. We need to have this conversation. We need to start putting in a little bit more than normal. We need to be and show that we came out of this situation stronger. As I said, it's a new world and it needs a new you. How are you going to show up? Just like you did last year? How are you going to amplify your income stream? By doing the same things you did last year? What about your physical well-being? Just like you did last year? What are your plans? What are your goals, aspiration? Do you know what your purpose is? Do you know how you're going to carry on for the next 5 years? Do you have a plan? Or you just go day by day? Listen again over and over to the conversations that we've had today. Listen to the definition of Dr. Pauline Long's definition of purpose. Your purpose is calling. Will you answer? Will you show up? How? Like usual? Or you're going to up-level your game to one more level higher? You must go higher. You cannot expect new results with the same attitude that you had. It's not going to work. It's not going to work. This is a new year and it requires a new you. We are in this together. I've got you. I'll do my best, but it's your life. There are so many amazing people on this platform. So many amazing people. And what some of us, the majority of us, what we do, we just chit chat, talk about other people behind their backs. It's not going to add any income stream. It's not going to add it. But when you start that collaboration now, when you take that leap of faith and say, I need a spot to come up live to talk about my book, just like Rita did, those are the little things you can do to move your life forward. It's a difficult year. It has been a difficult year. It's going to be even another difficult year. No one knows how long, no one knows. But there are other people who are gaining financial freedom, who are gaining emotional freedom, who are gaining spiritual freedom. What are they doing differently that you and I are not doing? That's the question. That's the realignment that we have to do. Those are the questions we have to start asking ourselves. We all have 24 hours. Some people are thriving, others are suffering. And the same people are begging, and the same people are suffering. What is it that's missing? Where is the misalignment? What are we doing wrong? What are we doing wrong? How can we learn from others? Most Africans, you tell them there is a position as an intern, you want to be paid. Do you know how many people are looking for internship without pay? Do you know how many? First you serve, then the world will serve you back. Serve, and the world will serve you back. It is really time for us to really stop our BS thinking Rome was built in a day. It wasn't. And up to today, as we speak, Rome is still being built. We can make things happen this year. We can all add one income stream to our belt. We can do it. I strongly believe. I strongly believe. All the excuses we make, if there is more liquidity in the world, in one place that my finger goes directly to is Africa. There is wealth in Africa. There is liquidity in Africa. But the way we use it, the way we plan, is what's getting us in trouble. Have we learned our lessons yet? Have we learned our lessons yet? Are we going to make the necessary shifts? Are we really going to plan? In my last live stream, I talked about planning. Do the automation of what you know you have to pay. Try to control your budget. We women, me including all other women, we spend and spend and spend and spend. This year around, you know what I've started doing? Whenever I go to the shops, I keep all my bills. I keep the bills. So I'm conscious of the stupid things that I can do sometimes, or the stupid shopping that I'm doing sometimes. I keep my bills. Let that be a reminder of the mistakes that I did during the week or in the month. I want to be conscious of each actions. I want to align all the steps that I take. I want to be conscious of each action that I put in this world. I want to be accountable to myself. And I wish you do the same. If you want to connect with people on this platform, I hope that there will be people with great knowledge and will be connecting to spread great knowledge. We have to stay honest to our own mistakes. We have to stay honest on how we want to correct those mistakes and to move our lives forward. What is the next spiritual step you're going to include in your life? I will remind you again, I have nothing against the churches, but it's also a business like any other. So when you go dump your money, promise me you will keep something for yourself. Save, save, save so you can invest. Income stream will not come from above. God doesn't send income stream to people directly. You have to work for it. We all have to work for it. We owe it to ourselves. We owe it to the next generation. I really, really, really want to wish that we stop wishing and we start doing. When I hear comments like God will provide, I directly turn back and ask, what have you done to provide? Our culture has been, with all this spirituality, God will provide, God will protect us. We all are we all are spiritual. But what have you as an individual done so that God can provide? It's not falling from heaven. You've been living long enough to know nothing falls from heaven. You've been living long enough. Let my struggle be your guide. Don't make the mistakes that I made. And as I correct them, I want you to surpass me. As I correct my mistakes, I want you to take that same mistake and fly. I want you to sprint, to fly to the next level. So when I see you right in front of me, I'll smile. Let the marathon begin. We have 12 months. Phyllis, Rita, I want to see you guys with one income stream under your belt this year. Let that be a goal. When you go to bed, it's in your mind. When you wake up, it's in your mind. One income stream this year. That's it for me. 4 hours straight. I love you all dearly. I really, really do. I know I'm not the easiest. I'm harsh with my words. But then we've been doing things the easy way. Take care of yourself. I'll be with you again in the next live stream. And next month, we're going to be doing it in Friends. So thank you for watching. Thank you for staying with me for 4 hours. I need a glass of water. I'm thirsty. We made it. Thank you.